It is 11 o'clock a.m. in the morning, February 25th, 2016. I say in the morning because I haven't done a morning session in ever. I'm Mountain Standard Time. So yeah, I still got 1 hour until it's officially PM. So welcome. Instrumental Transcommunication session number 83. Slept through the one last night. I'll get into that in a minute. But yes, trying to communicate with unseen forces, either here or there, either known or unknown. Preferably good over bad, positive over negative, and so on and so forth. Yes, I attempt communication through modern techniques, devices, theoretical or not. To me, it's really all theory still. I can't fully prove this, and no one can. Since the dawn of mankind, we've been asking these questions. What happens to us? Do we go on? What is there another place, another existence? And that answer still eludes us, people. But yeah, here we are, each and every one of us, in our own ways, dabbling with this occult, supernatural, unseen, unknown energies, forces. But yeah, I'm gonna go out my normal route, asking some questions, doing my thing, and I'm gonna get into some interesting experimentation. It's super fresh to me. Just got this book the other morning, as you can see. Ties into the story I got why I slept through my session. So hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, yesterday, my Friday, I got off work and actually, pardon me for a second, I had some inspection and I had to, I didn't have to go, but I didn't want to be around. So essentially it was right around the time I'm kind of crashing out. It was a little later, about an hour later, where I go to Betty by. And yes, so I, really long story, I picked up a NES and Super Nintendo, basically emulator machine. It's basically plays 2-in-1. It's called the Retron. There are other machines. I am not sponsored by these people, but so I ordered Super Castlevania, which is a super awesome game, and I only played it a little bit of time because when the Super NES was in the early 90s, when it was going on, that was when I was in my early days in high school, and man, I was getting all into girls and partying, chasing, doing this and that, and so I missed a lot of these NES games, or didn't play much of them. So getting it. So anyway, I have that game in the mail. And it's taken forever because I didn't realize I ordered it from freaking Hawaii, and I live in Colorado. And yeah, I realized I still got like a week wait on it. So I got the dang machine in the mail, and I wanted to make sure that I had something to play with it. So I had time to kill. I ended up walking all across my dang town, killing time, getting to the only game store that actually sells SNES and Nintendo games. Picked up a handful. Decided not to. Had my skateboard. Was kind of beat. Skated a little. Could have rode the bus. Really didn't want to. I haven't been on a bus in ever. And live in a pretty small town. Anyway, I'd probably traversed anywhere between 3 to 5 miles after my job, after I already worked a dozen plus miles, walked a dozen plus miles in my job. And yeah, so I got home, and I after all that craziness, I got home about 1:30, 2 o'clock. My stream was set to start a few hours later. Figured I could maybe get in a 3-hour nap or something. Ended up sleeping like 7 or 8 hours. Woke up way past. My stream was supposed to start at 8 p.m. my time. I think I woke up at like 11:30, 11:45 p.m. my time. So I said, screw it. I'm just going to play video games. I got this awesome new video game I'm going to talk about later, and how it inspired me to get this book that you see here. So yes, enough about that. I want to talk about this book and what I'm going to do with the ghost boxing. Sigils. Very, very cool, very interesting. And in just one day of reading this randomly, sporadically, flipping through, reading like a couple pages here and there, and reading like a chapter here and there, and rereading it today in parts. I have a very sparse and novice knowledge of what is contained in that book, but it is freaking awesome. It is freaking fascinating. We're going to get into that after I ghost box a little with the infinity box. I want to jump into the infinity box. I fired it up earlier using some all reversed foreign language ghost packs, sound packs, word banks, whatever you want to call them. And yes, we're going to fire that up. So hello, everyone in chat. I see you. Hello. Man, it's been a while. I'm on a bunch of caffeine. I'm feeling good because I got a bunch of sleep. And yes, welcome everybody in chat. Hello, I see you all, you beautiful people. I hope you're having a great day, afternoon, morning, evening, wherever in between you are on this celestial rock we were somehow born onto. And some of us are very curious. All of us are very curious, but some of us go at it different ways with our curiosity. Mine went this crazy direction, and yes, here I am. And yeah, apparently I just like doing this, and win or lose, good or bad, whatever goes on with this, it's just basically my online vlog of what the hell's going on in my life and my experimentation. I just picked up that book yesterday morning, killing time, waiting for stuff to get done, and it's fascinating, and I want to get into it. I'm all into supernatural paranormal weirdness right now, super more than general. And yeah, we're just going to jump right into the Ghost Box. And if you're new, this is basically guerrilla style live paranormal instrumental trans communication research, and I have a couple cameras I switch through. They're both low to mid-range quality, so there is a hiccup in between. And yeah, I try to change between cameras here to go, just give you guys something different to look at from time to time. And I'm gonna change camera right now, say what's up to everybody in chat, finish my hellos, what's ups, and yeah, that's about it. I think I covered the story, long story short, in my stinking reason why I crashed out through. Yeah, I got this brand new video game. It's a long story with this video game. I'm gonna get into that later, but I'm thinking about starting kind of a new series. There's all sorts of stuff I need to do and want to do with this damn channel, and I just never seem to find the time. So hello, yeah, long time no see. If I haven't seen you in a week or two, I hope everything's been good with you guys. Same old stuff with me, still doing tarot. I haven't really touched Ouija much. Yeah, I can't tell you the answers to any of this stuff. Does it work? Is it real? Is spiritual energy behind all the stuff? I don't know. I'm not here to tell you this stuff. I just kind of report on it. I do my thing, and I interact with whoever's here, chilling, watching, and yeah, I've become fascinated with this stuff. And yeah, I guess I need to really make a new promo video to explain myself better. So let me say what's up to everybody in chat real quick. I need to move my stop broadcast screen button down so I don't accidentally crash the screen. I've done that a number of times. It's always awesome. Yeah, if you're new, hello, welcome. I posted to a couple communities right before, so welcome if you're new. Exploring the world of above natural, not natural stuff that, you know, the more I research, the more I find out about older thoughts and ideas and schools of knowledge. And I'm really into the mystery school right now. I'm super into it. And it's really weird. Being an American, you hear about masonry and you hear about how the Masons helped sign the Declaration of Independence, and you see all the stuff about the symbology in the Capitol itself, Washington, D.C., which has tons of Masons, well, not like tons is a number, but Masons are involved in a lot of that building. And hell, I live in Colorado, DIA, Denver International Airport, has all sorts of symbology in it, and it has a plaque saying it was commissioned by the New World Commission or something like that, and built. It has a Freemason symbol on it. Anyway, yeah, being American and really starting to understand the mystery schools and that like philosophy and that train of thought, and realizing what these other societies, they basically are into esoteric and thoughts. Like it's basically a handful of old, ancient, mythical and non-mythical philosophies, Middle Eastern, Eastern, you know, Jewish, the Kabbalistic idea, the old language, how it's mathematically tied in. And I mean, yeah, I mean, I just Google occult mystery schools, and if you're interested in that stuff, and there is tons of information. Anyway, for whatever reason, I never kind of tied two together the way I tie it now. And I guess that's because how deep I am in this stuff right now, doing this live for the last year or whatever, tying seeing it. I'm seeing it way differently. So now understanding like all the stuff, like once I get into this practical sigil stuff, this is stuff Freemasons are into, Rosicrucians are into. Not every single one. You get to choose like what you kind of do, and a lot of them you pay for what you want to do. Like that's why I'm just doing this all on my own on the internet, because most of it, if not all of it's already out there. I'm sure there's high up secrets that you got to pay a lot of money to get to. But most of these places these days, because of good old capitalism, it's all about money, and you just pay a lot of your wage, as long as you're paying wages and dues and all that stupid malarkey. So hello, I'm gonna scroll from the bottom up so I don't miss anybody. Hello, Charmy Vapes. Well, hello, welcome. Good to meet you. Nice to meet you. I think I may have met you once or twice, but it's good to see you. We're gonna jump into the Infinity Box, my own custom sound bank, and see what's going on. See if we can get some weird responses. I turned it on for a little bit earlier. Some crazy crap that was already kind of popping out. So, and remember, this is like all reverse stuff. I was definitely hearing forward. It's not only reversed, it's foreign languages. So it's foreign languages reversed. So you would think that would lessen the odds of English sounding words even coming out even more by doing that. But anyway, hello, welcome. Casey, hello, Casey, madam, how you doing today? Apollo Raiders, hello, mister. Hey, how you doing today? I hope you're having a good one. I'm gonna scroll up a little bit now. We're not gonna have tons of people here in the daytime. I used to stream at 7:30 in the morning, 7 or 7:30 a.m. in the morning back in the day, when I first was really getting into this, and I'd go on. I was doing it almost daily, if not daily, for a while. And yeah, we really only would have a handful of people actually watching live. Ulrich, Mr. Ulrich, hey buddy, nice to meet you. Ulrich, I'm kind of glad you're here, man, because I'm gonna be drawing and creating sigils later, and I think you have some knowledge on that, so I'm hoping, and it'd be interesting to get a point of view. Mr. Clerkster, hello, Senior Clerkster, how you doing today, buddy? I hope everybody's having a good day, afternoon. Yeah, I'm on some coffee, so I'm ready to go. All right, cool. Yeah, I got you all covered right now. We're ready to go. I'm going to jump into the Infinity Box, and seriously, it was saying some weird stuff right off the bat earlier, so it's very interesting. All right, let's do it. I got the camera changed. I always have to change the camera prior using any of my PC apps, because Google Hangouts, for whatever reason, will mute your PC-related ghost boxes, but not your good old-fashioned tablets or phone. I'm gonna jump for our second ghost box. I want to try the SoulSeekers UK Ghost Box, that new one by Brian is on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember his name, Callaway, something like that. He's very interesting, man. I'm subscribed to him. I've watched a handful of his videos. He's interesting. He's got some I have a lot of similar views as him, and yeah, supposedly created this app, SoulSeekers UK, with help from a Unity app. And Unity is essentially this app, I guess, pugs threw together. That's kind of like an open source app where people, he made it easy for people to kind of create their own apps. And yeah, man, I don't have that link on me right now. I'd have to kind of search around and dig it up real quick. It's a really cool idea, and I would like to tinker around with that and kind of create my own. I basically have my own with this Infinity Box, because the Infinity Box is really the same idea. I can put anything into it. With the SoulSeekers, it's 2 word banks. With the Infinity Box, I got the very first version. The very first version was released and then withdrawn because of complaints, because people didn't have the patience, because it's a very complex ghost box, and they didn't have the patience to actually kind of sit down and try to figure it out, or actually even watch the videos. That's the thing, is I think that's why he was so frustrated, is he made like 5 or 6 videos that aren't short, and they explain it perfectly how to use the system. And I guess people weren't watching them. That's my guess. And that tied into it, because yeah, so he removed the original version, which was more robust. And I was able to email him, because I have acquaintance with him, and was able to purchase one off of him. And then he released a free version, which is like a way stripped down version of this. And I think he has a 3rd version now, like a 3rd reincarnation essentially that's come out, but don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% for sure. It's just as I'm perusing good old YouTube, I will see random thumbnails that will say certain things, and I'll look at the dates of when they're released. And the other day I saw something, I'm like, oh, that must be maybe a new version or something, but I didn't click on it. So yeah, so with the Infinity Box versus the Soul Seeker or the Unity Pack or whatever, because I think they all just use 2 word banks. They're essentially, I haven't used it yet, but I think I'm comfortable enough by doing this long enough, and that I can kind of put patterns together pretty quickly. And there's another app that Pugster worked with I can't remember the name of the group, but it's called Cosmos CT. I used it a stream or 2 ago, and it's a 2 sound bank app. And then Pugster also released Chopbox. That's a 2 sound bank app that you can edit and put whatever sound banks you want. So I'm assuming this Soul Seeker is basically like Chopbox and Cosmos, but we'll check it out in a bit. Infinity Box does this kind of same idea, but it has 10, I believe. Let me double check. I mean, you used it in a little bit. Legitly, we'll have to explain it all. Yeah, it has 10 plus a background bank. And you can use another word bank for the background bank. So essentially, and I don't know what the background bank is really doing. I really don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I just play them and play with them, and then let you guys listen to them. And a lot of times you guys hear completely different stuff or similar stuff to what I'm hearing. And in the live process, while I'm doing this live, I'm caught up in the moment, and it's really hard to absorb everything. So later, with the hindsight goggles and earphones on, I can actually see things differently and hear things differently a lot of the time. So it's an interesting process. This is 83 attempts now. I think didn't we just have a full moon the other day? So now we're just entering a new lunar phase. I think the last stream I did was at the beginning of a lunar phase as well. And yeah, that's about it, guys. Jibber jabber enough. Jibber jabber for about 15 minutes. Here we go. Got it ready to go. Firing it up. All right, spirits. I already said everything to you guys, so I'm just gonna let it go for a minute and kind of interact with chat for a minute, and then I'll ask a series of questions, and we'll begin our because I slept. I usually only get like 4 hours of sleep. I have a decent amount of energy because I don't even know. I probably got 8 hours, 7 or 8 hours at least. I generally don't sleep that long. Hey, K Winters, Kenny, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. I'm doing good, man. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Just firing it up right now. Just starting it going. Slept through my stream last night, so I'm gonna do one today. I don't know how long this goes. This could go 8 hours, guys. I could go the whole stretch of what Google will allow. Maybe even longer. Maybe I'll fire up a second one. I really don't know. I do want to play video games. I'm gonna get into that with the Sigil. When I get into the Sigil book later, I'm gonna talk about the video game tie-in because there's a tie-in in there, so I can explain all that a little better. Oh, Miss Hippie Lady, what's up, girl? Good to see you guys. How you doing today? How's Emma? How's everybody? How's the fam? Hey, thank you, Apollo. Spirits. My friend Ulrich from across the seas. He says, hey, spirits, are you all right? Just to let it warm up. Go ahead. So real quick again on the sound bank, I believe I have everything reversed except, or everything is 4 in sound bank except for 1. I don't want to turn it off once I got it going, but there's a robot sounding one, essentially is what I just want to throw in there. And it's called the SpeakJet Allphone. And it's like a 10 or 20 second sample that's used for it's used for some sort of deaf or some sort of phonetic system. And I edited it and created a longer clip, and that's in this. So if you hear a robotic one, it's SpeakJet Allphone. Hey, spirits, how are you guys doing today? Did you have a good day so far? Take your time, okay. You guys take your time too. I'm going to be doing this for a while. You see, since the theory is they're manipulating these sounds, I just wanted to have that robotic sound in there just to have like this raw kind of right there. That was it right. If hey guys, let me know that make sure audio, this should be sounding pretty good. Like my voice and everything should be pretty matched up. I've gotten the distances down pretty well. Awesome. Oh, that's cool. Hippie, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, you are awesome, Hippie. Yeah, I want to see Deadpool. I want to check that out. Looks interesting. All right, Spirit. So I just started studying these sigils, and I've learned a lot about them in just basically one day that I really was not aware of at all prior. So, are there any energies around me that know about sigils? Oh, hey B. Oh, I totally forgot about X-Files. I need to see that. I'm still only at like the 3rd episode, I think. 3rd or 4th. I need to catch up on that. Sound like you just said watched it. Did you watch it, Spirits? I haven't talked with you guys in a while, Spirits. I miss you. Do you miss me, Spirits? Well, I miss you too, guys. It's good to hear you. I wish I could see you. Do you know why I can't see you? These are I ended up because I skateboarded all across town, and these are the 2 games, the only 2 games, and I'm glad they had these because these are 2 Nintendo games from my past that I loved as a kid, and they had them both for $10 each, so I picked these 2 games up yesterday. What I did is I got the Retron 2. The Retron 2 just plays Nintendo and Super Nintendo. I was thinking about getting the other ones, but I just really love the Super Nintendo and Nintendo the most as a kid. So I figured I'd get something. I'm probably going to get like the Retron 5 later anyway, in a year or 2 anyway. So. Spirits, you remember these old Nintendo games? I was able to get a couple of them for $10 each. And they worked, but they're kind of ghetto. I'll explain that later after this Ghost Box, maybe. I was thinking of maybe sitting down and trying to play these. But my place is a wreck. I may do it anyway, so we'll see. Maybe later. Spirits, do you remember Nintendo? Good old Nintendo. Casey, I know, right? It kicked my ass. I didn't play it ton because I'll explain later, but yeah, I got them both to work. And the Turtles is everybody. It's like the shit. Everybody says it's the shittiest game, but I love this stinking Turtles game as a kid, and it just brought back memories. But yeah, totally, it is really shitty. But what's funny is as a kid, as like a freaking whenever this came out, when I was probably like maybe 10 or something. I don't even know. But I could get all far in that game. And now I'm older. I play all sorts of video games all the goddamn time. And this game kicked my ass. I only played it for like 20 minutes, but I couldn't get it to work. It's the design for the Nintendo part of the Retron 2 is really shoddy. And it's really basically like a Super Nintendo with like a added Nintendo possibility, but it's really ghetto. Spirits, what was your favorite video game? If you guys used to remember video games.
This way. Over in the group.
Did you hear that? I hope you guys heard that. Thank you, Spirits. I swear that sounded like Pokemon on my side. Thank you guys. Wow, thank you. I don't know. Wow. That's why I still do this. 83 sessions in, I just heard Pokemon. Okay, so what are the odds? Spirits, thank you so much. Whatever, whoever, however you are doing this, thank you. I really, truly appreciate it. Thank you. And I love reviewing these because you hear the dangest things on review. Like that. Well, go ahead. If you guys want to keep talking about video games for a minute, go ahead. I love chatting video games. Please feel free to talk or say anything you like. Go ahead. Yeah, Ulrich, that's why I'm glad you're here, man, with this occult and mystery school stuff that I'm getting into. I really like to see your point of view. I'm really novice. I'm really ghetto, and I was thinking of not doing anything, but I figured, you know, I have a little bit of knowledge on it now, and the way I can yammer on and crap, I figured I'd like to maybe on the fly try to do some stuff out of that book and discuss it and stuff. Yeah, I've thought about buying a physical ghost box a lot. I may at one point, but I think I'm gonna build mine most likely first off. Something. All right, Spirits, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, talk about video games another minute or two. I'm gonna roll a cigarette real quick, so go ahead, please. I love all sorts of video games. I'm really on a Castlevania kick right now, and it has a cool tie-in into the occult, into the mystery school. Thank you, my spirit friends. When I say my spirit friends, it's just tongue in cheek. I mean it more just as a pet name. And I really just, I feel casual and comfortable with this stuff now. Heck, I've done it 83 sessions. And it's an average of probably about 3 or 4 hours a session. So that's a lot of time under my belt now doing this, just talking to theoretically voices that are being manipulated through electronic devices. Are you accustomed to me now? Can you say Rusty through this box pretty quickly? Could you please try to say Rusty? Let me know you're here, please. Well, you don't have to say it now, and I probably will miss it anyway. I miss it a lot of this stuff. But if you can, throughout the session, guys, just try to say Rusty. Just let me know a way you're here. It could be a way that we can say hello, that you can let me know there's a new energy here. Just say Rusty, and I'll say, okay, there's a new energy here. Let's talk. Does that sound good? Yes or no? Thank you, spirits. Yeah, Hippie, there's a few different emulator stuff now because I guess the tech is expired, like the patents or stuff or whatever for Nintendo. So yeah, I got the Retron too, but yeah, there's all sorts of ones that play multiple ones. I figured I'd start off with, it was like 40 or 50 bucks, and I figured I'd start off with that one, and then as I in a year or something. But yeah, totally. That's so funny. You guys were just talking about too. There's an energy vibe of playing old school games. Yeah, we have a big chain store, and I stopped by there, and all they had was like old Game Boy games, was like as old as they went. They had no cartridges of Nintendo or Sega, but we have another one that's down by school, and it makes like a school neighborhood, and it just has tons of old school games, but they're mostly all cruddy. But I didn't want to spend too much money, so I figured $10 for both of those. Those were like some of my most favorite games as a kid, were perfect. So that was a perfect start for my little collection. I'm starting to collect video. Well, I'm not starting, but for the last year or two, I've been collecting video game spirits. What kind of stuff did you guys collect? It was Conquer. Casey, that's Conquer. Yeah, I love that one too. Even the modern Conquer 360 or Conquer Xbox had a live where you fight everyone and conquer people, and it was awesome. It was like all World War II themed. I think it had different. I think levels were themed, but it was awesome. Yeah, that was definitely Conquer. Conquer's bad for a day. Yeah, it was all adult. It was adult themed, adult humor and jokes. Stupid hood keeps like falling up. Hey, spirits. My buddy Kenny says hello from the other side. He says he must have called 1,000 times to tell you I believe in you. Yeah, Leisure Suit Larry. I first experienced that on PC, friend's PC, because it was so long ago that we had like a Texas Instrument computer. We didn't even have a legit PC at the time. And my buddy's dad worked at a PC place, like a PC, whatever, corporation or something, PC related or software related. And so he had at that time, state of the art, but now it's like crap computer. But so funny. Yeah, I first played that on floppies. Leisure Suit Larry floppy, those big old 5-inch floppies. That game for a young prepubescent teen was man, yeah, no, that was an interesting time. Definitely, that's so funny, man. Yeah, that was a great time. I had Leisure Suit Larry and like Monkey Island, and there was an Indiana Jones floppy too, and they were all kind of three kind of point and click games. I love those games. I would go over and get in trouble by staying too long at my friend's house to play those games. Spirits, do you remember the 5-inch floppy disk? Does any of you guys remember those old school crappy computers? What do you think about those? So like I said, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about, Kitty, actually. There was some old school stuff like that. Yeah, Ulrich, I totally would agree with that. I would not be surprised at all, because the money, they spend tons of money on video games now and make loads of cash. Spirits, are any of you, let's go back to sigils. Would you like to talk about sigils? If there's anybody here that would like to speak about sigils, can you please try to say sigil back through this device, please? It's like I said, yeah, right. Go ahead, try to say sigil through this. Let me know you're here to talk and you want to talk about that. Can you explain how sigils work, please? How do they work? Can I say, so which one you want, or which something you want? Which something want? Any in general? Do you know how they work in general? I'm kind of getting an idea now. All right, Lydia, take care. Catch you later. I may be still online when you get back, so have a good one. Drive safe. All that good malarkey. And see you in a bit. Can you say goodbye to Miss Lydia? Miss Hippie? Miss Hippie? Thank you, Spirits. It feels like this thing is already kicking on and warm. I think yesterday felt interesting, like in the morning when I got home, because I got home for a little bit and I peeled out of here like 11:30 because the person was supposed to be here like 1:30. So I figured I could kill some time to stop by a couple shops, and I ended up just walking all over my damn city. Any of you guys follow me yesterday when I was walking out on the town? I went to an area I haven't been in probably a year or two. I haven't been up to that side of town in a while. Sound like they did. Okay, thank you. Who was there? Who was with me? Who followed me? Something spirit. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, Kenny, I don't know what if you're experiencing some with chat. I'm experiencing some with chat too, to where like when I start these things up and I have a chat box up, anything I wrote prior, if I check back a day later, is like weird or gone. And yeah, I've had weird interactions with YouTube as of lately. Last week, I believe, I was watching streams. I was watching Steve's stream, and I kept getting the gray box. It was like, it would just go gray box, and I'd have to refresh. I guess everyone was getting that. Maybe that was 2 weeks ago. But I don't know. Yeah, if you're experiencing anything, it may be my upload speed as well. I don't have the best upload. Not as optimal as I would like, essentially. There is a 20 to 30. There's supposedly a 20 to 30 second delay on this, but sometimes it seems like there's no delay, like a few seconds. Sometimes it seems like there's a long delay. Rudy, what's up? Rudy, yeah, I'm on at an interesting time, and the ghost box seems warm already. Hey, Spirits, Rudy. Mr. Rudy just joined. Can you say good morning, Rudy? Or hello, Mr. Rudy? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that stuff in general. Okay, let's go back to sigils for a little bit more. I trailed off a couple questions from the sigil, but I want to kind of bring it back to the sigils. Do you know how to create sigils? Yes or no? Please. Yeah, Ulrich, this is these are actually reversed, or they're foreign language reverse. There's German, Russian, and Latin, and there's male and female versions of them, and they're reversed prior put into the system. So, and then the system's doing its weird algorithms where it will bust up words and stretch them out and do weird things. So, yeah. So the fact that we're hearing a decent amount of English throughout this so far is, to me, at this point, it's such an immense pattern, and it's been so frequent that it confirms to me that something is communicating and manipulating with this right now. It's going on right now, and it started before the stream because I fired this up like an hour before the stream, and it was already saying a lot of stuff. So it's interesting. I think it's, as to what it is, man, I think it's a lot of cool stuff that I'm yet to label, and I just am open-minded as to what it is. I don't, it's a, if you want to imagine what it looks like in my head to what I'm communicating with, it's just something that's blurry. It's just like a fog or a haze. I can't define what it is. And I love interacting with it. And I'm somehow through synchronicity, man. And they say, these mystery schools, they say as you practice this stuff and you learn about it, you just notice more and more synchronicity, and that they don't know if that means you're gravitating towards more synchronicity in general, or you're just more aware of it. But man, a lot of synchronicity, how I got that Sigil book, synchronicity all around, all over the floor. Synchronicity in general, how I got into the occult side on this stuff. Really not too much influence in general. Like, really, it is kind of an interesting story. Like, what really spawned me into this other branch of this supernatural study now, the mystery school study, is the I Ching, or I Ching, potato, and that's an ancient, thousands and thousands of years old Chinese divination technique using a series of hexagrams, 64 hexagrams, and coins. And which way the hexagrams on the coins, the number of coins, I can't remember how many coins you use. I think there's maybe altering methods. But anyway, the number, you throw them on the ground, the number of hexagrams you see, you get some sort of divination out of it. And that's what I wanted to try to get when I went to a bookstore, and ended up getting tarot. Tarot led to Hermetica. Hermetica led to mystery schools, and to the Libre books, which Libre just, I think, pretty sure just means books, but there's all these weird Libres in the mystery schools. And yeah, and I mean, the Golden Dawn, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, Rosicrucianism, and yeah, now weird, interesting, funky stuff. Sigils is because I really didn't understand sigils to the degree I thought. I just knew the basic understanding of sigils, which is essentially just like the supernatural TV show understanding, which is embarrassing, but to say. But I'm humble enough to where it's not that big a deal. I don't mind saying that. I really did. I had a TV based knowledge of sigils before this book, before sitting down and reading it for a couple hours, and rereading some sections. And I'm not an expert at all, and I don't have a photographic memory, and I really don't know that book very well, and I haven't read it cover to cover, line to line yet. But I have enough basic working knowledge now that I'd like to experiment with it. So, spirits, what do you think about the mystery schools? Are any of you old practitioners of the ancient mystery schools? If so, can you say what branch or what fraternity of mystery school that you hail from, please? Hi. Hi.
Oh, you pay. Government.
Did it sound like it just said government right there? Which is interesting because I was reading what you guys were talking about. Are you reading chat, my spirit friends?
Well,
Well, I keep the chat box up. I have, just so I can see and make sure everything's copacetic, I have my stream up side by side with my chat box. There's all my friends. Would you like to talk to any of my friends in chat? Say their names if you can. Interesting. Well, can you please tell me? I can't see right now of how many energies are around me. So can you give me a number, please, through this box? How many energies are trying to interact with me, please? Is that possible? Well, thank you. I just remembered about that Pokemon, hearing Pokemon too. So when I ask video game, that was really interesting. Energy, that was here. My friend, whoever liked playing Pokemon. Can you tell me your name through this device? My Pokemon playing friend? You did hear that, guys, about that? Yeah, about the G word. Interesting. This has said some interesting stuff already, guys. It's essentially start off. It warmed up right off the bat. It was warmed up before the stream when I experimented with it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, my spirit friends. Well, I'm not going to ask a question this time. We're just going to take a couple minutes, and I just want you to communicate with yourselves. If you want to communicate with you or with me or with my friends watching. If I haven't let you know, I apologize about this, but I have a number of friends watching live right now. I'll just go into more detail with this real quick. They're sitting here on the screen, and they're watching live. We also have a number of friends that'll be watching this later. Past Rusty says hello. And yeah, we also have friends that are watching in chat that aren't necessarily chatting. Ian, if you're there, buddy. What's up, Ian? And yeah, that's about it in a nutshell, Spirit. So go ahead, use this device. Go ahead and talk. I just want to kick back and listen. I'm not going to say anything for 2 or 3 minutes or maybe 5 minutes. I don't know. We're just going to listen. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Miss Cat. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for checking us out. All right, spirits. I'm sorry. Just saying hello to Cat real quick. Go ahead. Speak freely, my spirit friends. Is your papa here? Keep talking. Yeah, sometimes it just sounds like they start conversing with themselves. So I want to, that's what I was hearing earlier in the pre-session. I like listening to you converse, my friends. Go ahead.
Okay. Very funny. Good job. Very good. And now she's this microphone. Revolution. She been down on that.
This thing's been saying the dangest stuff. A lot of stuff. I've heard a lot of stuff that I haven't said out loud that like kind of sounds like something, but I just don't want to say. Another couple minutes, my friends. Any information? Can you choose which voices that go through this? Why, hello, Miss Lisa. How you doing this afternoon? This is probably evening on your side of the world on this crazy rock. This bumpy rock. Lumpy. Yeah, it's more lumpy. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I really want to do some of the sigil stuff. I'm gonna do, I don't know, we're gonna ghost box for a little bit more. There's another ghost box I want to use. I don't know when I'm gonna get to the sigil stuff, but this book is very interesting, and synchronicity brought me to it. And I have a working knowledge now on sigils, and I want to work with them online. My working knowledge. I thought about keeping it all secret, not exposing any of this stuff, but I do that in my real life. I don't tell anybody about any of this stuff. Nobody knows any crap, and I'm surprised nobody has said anything. So nobody at my work has ever seen this, apparently, or at least they had chosen not to talk about it. But yes. Yeah, I want to play with this live. We're gonna be doing it a bit, and it's fascinating. I'm really into a freaking video game right now, and I kept putting down the video game and going back to the book, then going back to the video game, then going back to the book, then going back to the video game, and going back to the book. And while I was killing time yesterday, I read like the first 3 chapters. And then I reread part of that, and I've gotten to the main philosophies of the chapters, each chapter now, and yeah, it's very cool. So I'm not a pro. I never will be, but I have a far better knowledge of this stuff that I did 48 hours ago. I thought I knew some stuff. I didn't know malarkey. I knew nada. Jack squat. Diddly. New diddly. Signor diddly. Yeah, I highly recommend it. This is according to the book, but I mean, I just like reading, but this is what it says on the back. Practical sigil magic is widely regarded as the definitive guide to the topic. Unavailable for a number of years and long sought after by magicians, this classic work is now available once again. Sigil magic is one of the most efficient and economical of magical disciplines. It can be performed without complicated rituals or paraphernalia, is independent of philosophical and dogmatic premises, and can be learned easily and quickly. Most important, it will give even beginner magicians the chance to work with the power of the will and enhance their own ability. This classic reference work will provide magicians from novice to adept with instruction that will empower and advance their magical practices. It's written by Frater UD from Belgium, and it says it is Europe's best known practical magician and contemporary occult author. He has written more than 30 books. Among his translations are the books of Peter Carroll and Ramsey Dukes and Aleister Crowley's Book of Lies. Yeah, it's not a big read. It was $15. Yeah, it's like 145 pages, somewhere roughly. 141 pages, roughly. Some ads. But yeah, it's awesome. And when I walked into the bookstore, I go over to their esoteric mystery whatever section, and just to see if they had I wasn't even gonna buy anything. I was just killing time, and I was just gonna look at tarot cards to see if they had any new decks that I haven't got from there, because I pretty much bought all the local of that chain's that local version. I pretty much have all their ones. There's one Oracle deck that I think I'm gonna get that I haven't got yet, but yeah. So I wasn't really gonna buy anything, but as I walked to that section of the store, I saw this big freaking book. It's just this giant book, and it caught my eye, and it just said Golden Dawn, like in big letters. It had a bunch of other letters I couldn't see at first, but I saw Golden Dawn, so I was like, huh. And I started looking at it. It's a $65 book. It's huge. It's like a giant Bible. That's just, I don't know if it's the entire philosophy and history and knowledge and workings and spells of the Golden Dawn, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but it's a giant freaking book. I didn't look at the numbers, but it's got to be thousands of pages. $65. So I was just looking at it, looking at some of the stuff, some of the pictures, and reading some of the stuff, and like entities and stuff that they think they believe that they're working with, and or they feel, and so I was just looking at that. I put it down, and then to the left, I just saw this thing. It was like the Sigil. I saw it like small. It was sideways, small little book. I picked it up, and just immediately I was like, "Ooh!" I opened it, flipped to the first couple pages, and I was like, "Oh yeah, no, this is it." And turned it over. I was like, "Man, if it's less than $20, I'm getting it." And sure enough, $14.95. And so I'm like, "Yeah, I'm getting this sucker." And so yeah, have a interesting working knowledge now of sigils, and I'm gonna try to do it live later. Spirits, do you like this ghost box? If you have another ghost box preference, you can name it. You can say I like this, or I love this, or tell me the different ghost box if you have one you like. Yeah, this is the town I live in is it is a decent mix of like right-wing conservativeness, religious kind of typical kind of right-wing American thinking, as well as like left-wing super new age hippie. It's like a real mixed melting pot of that. So yeah, our local Barnes and Noble has a really interesting mystical section. It's not huge, but it's good size. It has a good amount of books. It has all sorts of these ancient books, these older books or whatever that are rewritten and redone. And it also had an interesting demonology book by this lady. She's a modern demonologist. Can't remember her name. She has a YouTube channel. She's been on, I think, Paranormal State. She's worked with those people, and like it's Michelle Bellinger or something like that is her name. And I heard about her book through watching some of her YouTube channels about her ideas on Ouija, like her thoughts and stuff on Ouija. And she mentioned the book, and I happened to see that book, and I actually thought of buying it. And yeah, it has that book. It has all sorts of crazy books in it. It's pretty cool. And then I have a used bookstore that opens like 2 hours later, so I don't get to it as often. I've only gotten to it actually a couple times, and it has a really small occult section, but it's cool. It's got a couple times I was there, I was able to get a couple really cool books on tarot. So spirits, I like tarot too. Do you like tarot? What do you think about tarot cards? Rudy, that's a pretty high compliment, man. Thank you, man. When I hear my voice, I hate it, but I've gotten used to it. And it definitely, my voice changes. It definitely depends on how much caffeine I have, how much rest I have, and my mood. My tones will change. It seems like the better the mood, the more caffeine, my voice can be all over the place. Yeah, I've been doing this now for a year that I find myself, I'll just be yapping at work, not even like realize it for like a handful of minutes. I'll just start going off about something. I'm definitely doing. It'd be interesting to see. I bet you Howard Stern talks to himself all the freaking time, man. I bet you that guy. He's been on the radio, and like Larry King's been on the radio for freaking ever. I bet you Larry King talks to himself all the freaking time. Yeah, we have a couple other metaphysical shops. There's actually a couple that I went to as a kid, because as a kid, my mom was all into this stuff. I think I've gotten deeper now than she was. Like my knowledge of this stuff, I think she is better at tarot when it comes to playing cards, but all this other stuff, Ouija, all this like occult mystery school magic with I'm pretty sure she's pretty unaware of in general. I haven't talked to her much about it. I know she knows some stuff of sigils, but I don't know if she knows. I don't know. I guess she knows some decent amount. She knows sigils, I guess, to some degree, but she doesn't know Ouija too well. She wanted me to do a Ouija session with her. I don't know if I'd do that. That'd be weird. I haven't touched it much in a while. I've only used it once, way like a month or two ago, I think. Spirits, what other techniques can we use to try to interact and learn about the universal knowledge? I'm going to change the sound pack on this. I'm going to use one of the default ones. Spirits, we're going to take a little break. Change the sound bank real quick. So I don't have to turn off the system. So if you're inside the system right now and you're inside the program, because it's just as good a chance that you're doing that, the program's still on. I'm just changing up the actual sound pack. So he has a handful of decent default ones. I really haven't used too many. I'm going to try this one called Andre's Box. See what that sounds like. It says, it lists, here's some of the sound banks listed. The AGBX3, the Andre's Wood Box Digital, Andre's Wood Echo, Frank's Box number 43, Frank's Box number 150, Joe's Box number 4, Mini Box number 151, Mini Box Classic number 701, Mini Box Plus, Radio Shack 20-125, and the background bank is a 432 hertz phasing echo reverb for Martin Ghost Box slot 11. Constant is whatever that means. Constant. I guess there's no breaks in it or something. Very interesting. Maybe that's what the background bank is. Maybe the background bank you can. I never even thought of that. Holy crap! Such a rookie. Maybe the background bank is like white noise. Like you could just have a constant white noise playing in the background. I'm gonna have to try to remember to play with that. All right, so that's what's in this one. Fire it up. Spirits, I'm gonna let you play with it for a minute. This is a different series of voices and words and sounds. So check it out, please. This one's crazy sounding. Yeah, this one's all different sounding. I haven't used this one much for it at all. Can you manipulate this sound? There's like crazy radio sound in there. This is a little too much of the like the shack hack sound in that. I'm gonna let this go for a few minutes though, and then I think I'm gonna switch to a different sound pack. Gut feelings telling me this one's kind of funky for them if they're able to manipulate this. Spirits, can you try to say rusty through this sound pack? Is this sound pack's working? Try to say rusty, please. If you can, please. It's okay if you can't. Yeah, he wanted to hook me up with a copy of Oculus too, since I didn't have one. So I actually got one right at I had like the very first copy of Oculus. Yeah. That was an awesome series. Thank you guys all for participating in that. Spirits, is this one working? This one seems funky. I don't know. Can you say working or work? I just don't want to switch it off right away. I want to give it just like 5-10 minutes more. Yeah, man, totally. We could throw it on there. I really don't have much planned out except for this and that new Soul Seekers one. I want to play with that one. And I may throw the Soul Seekers through the audio manipulation of Infinity Box because I like doing that too. My weirdness. Yeah, dude, Ulrich, I can totally see that as bad Mamma Jamma, but like for me, it's a really good example. And I want to state why I have mine. Like, I know the whole money thing and paranormal in general is really controversial because for whatever reason, people just assume that if you're doing this in this form or medium, that you're either an attention seeker or you're trying to get famous or rich or whatever. And I have my stuff monetized and I've earned, I think, $26 or something. I don't know. I can show. I haven't looked in a while. I don't really care. I don't look. But the reason I have my stuff monetized is the stuff you see right here and all the stuff that's off screen and the stuff I've probably spent. I mean, I have a camera. I never use it. I really need to incorporate this camera more into. I don't even know where it is off top. I have like a $300 IR infrared camera. The stuff in this box is hundreds of dollars. I basically have spent like $1,000+. And if I can recoup some of that, I'm not looking to even recoup it all. But if I can, 5 years from now, pull back like a couple $100 out of this all that I've spent into this, I just look at that as a way of like recouping my financial endeavors into this research. And yeah, once you start making money on top of what you spent into that, then it becomes employment. And then, yeah, and then I think the lines get blurred to how people can really trust you. But I think like basically like the online streamers, none of us are going to get rich. None of us are going to get famous. I can guarantee you that. I'm not here to do that. If I was, I would be begging you guys to subscribe on everything. You'd see subscribe on my little icon or whatever on the bottom corner. And like it actually literally say subscribe. So yeah, I hope those indications that I don't do a lot of that cliche stuff is a good indication of like why I'm really here. And I hope after 83 sessions, I think I'm natural enough at this. Say you guys pretty much, how could I keep up an act this whole time? And, you know, I know Steve is controversial and some people like and dislike him or whatever, but I'm friends with the dude. I've seen him 1,000 times and the dude doesn't monetize his videos. So I mean, he's got tons of videos. And so, I mean, it's like stuff like that. Like, that's why I I don't want to say respect because I don't want to think that's another thing about this whole online thing is like getting on people's sides. I'm friends with like everyone in this stuff, and there's been so many times when people draw lines, and I haven't chosen any lines any of the times. You know, the only time I've like quote unquote defriended people is when they cross what I think is just boundaries of speaking and how they're treating people, basically just cussing them out online and stuff like that to certain degrees where I'm tied in and stuff. And like, I can't a lot of times do that, get into the middle of that stuff. It's such a long story. Anyway, I've managed to stay away from all that stuff this whole time. And I try to maintain friendships with everyone. I start getting really sidetracked now. I don't even remember. There was some other point to all this. What was it originally for? I wanted to mute that Ghost Box for. Maybe it was something in chat. We'll re-jog it. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, the making money off of this. Oh yeah, that's right. In the long run though, yeah, no, totally, man. I think that's bad karma, bad mojo, and yeah, it's stuff to not be played with. People that set up psychic stores, shops, or whatever, to where not like where you go, not like a metaphysical store where you get books and trinkets and amulets, but whatever those kind of bazaars or shops are called, where you go in and you pay somebody to read your palm, or you pay somebody to read your tarot or something. Yeah, I think if they're profiting immensely from it, that's bad mojo. If they're just living a normal life and are happy living an average life, like how I am, I mean, I make a little less than a school teacher basically, so I'm not like super rich, but I'm not super freaking poor. I have enough to where I can scrape by, check to check, and live comfortable, but not live like super fatty rich. And I don't need to live like that. I learned to live. I've lived minimal for a long time. So this supernatural stuff, man, is the most money I've spent on something in a long time collectively. Yeah, easily $1,000+ because the camera is $300. I spent $100 on the EM pump to get that all flown out here because of the cost of shipping and everything. K2 70, ghost meters 30, each ghost box generally like $20. The PSP7 was like 40 or 50 or 60. All this different stuff, the Ouija boards, all the stupid lame props, all the tarot. The tarot is not really research though, I would say. That's more collection. But yeah, that's a really controversial thing here. People using this as a platform, and newsflash, like none of us are going anywhere. If you like this stuff, do it. I think to me, it's blatantly clear the ones that are doing this for nefarious motives, essentially. I mean, there are some people out there, I'm not associated with them, but there are some people, quote unquote, paranormal researchers out there that have like 5 commercials in a 40-minute freaking video, and sometimes a less lengthy video that have multiple commercials. And it's like, really, dude? Or dudette? I'm not saying it's a dude, it could be a girl. Stuff like that. To me, I blatantly see the motives behind what people are doing. And I hope over this time period of watching me, you can see that that's not what I'm about. I'm right now, I've been busting my ass at this freaking job for almost 3 years, just about to hit my 3-year anniversary. And it's a pretty shitty job. You know, all jobs are pretty shitty when you don't have a college degree. I did not go to college. So, and even then, if I went to college, I could have a shitty degree, or I could have spent tens of thousands or 20s or 30s of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars on a degree, and then either not get a job or decide I don't like that discipline anymore, get tired of it, which the way I am, I probably would, because I just find so many fascinations. And yeah, this is just how I am, what I do, and I'm interested in it. So yeah, spirits, enough of that. Enough of the real life talk. Let's get back into the ghost box. I'm going to swap up this. It's really staticky and white noise sounding, if that's a technical term. I'm going to make it a technical term. You know, another thing I love about this with you guys, and thank you so much, everyone watching, everyone live, everyone that's watching live chatting, and I do appreciate having an outlet to speak about these related topics in general, because You know, there's one person at work that I can kind of talk to about some interesting philosophies and ideas, but I've still danced around the whole quote unquote ghost side, like how deep I've gone into it and how lengthy the research process has gone now. I've let him know. I've been researching ITC and the paranormal and supernatural in general for well over a year, like hardcore, basically kind of hinting at this, but I haven't straight up said anything yet. So another friend that I'm friends with that I know is not into the paranormal at all, and he's one of my skateboard buddies. All I tell him is I YouTube. He doesn't know the channel. He doesn't know what it is. I'd never go into detail. He's never really asked. So I just let him know how it's going because we've both YouTube skateboarding videos and random stupid videos for many, many years now. Like moving on, however long, maybe close to a decade now. I don't know, maybe not that long, maybe like 7 years, 6 or 7 years. But at least 6 or 7 years. Yeah, he's probably my best bud in real life and who I skate and hang the most out with, and he has no clue this is what I do on my days off. But yes, wrap that all up. Thank you guys, everyone in chat. Thank you guys so much, everyone watching later. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do this if I only got like 6 or 7 views. I usually get, 50, 80, 100 views plus on these things, and it's what keeps me going to put up stuff that I just naturally have been putting stuff on the stupid interweb for years anyway. So found this weird, interesting form of media and an outlet for me to post my research, because I was already posting prior to me starting streaming. I would just do this style just in more just a static camera shot cut into 3 parts, so I could upload them in like 15-20 minute videos, like part 1, part 2, and part 3. Discovered online streaming. It's essentially what I was doing, and yeah, decided to go this route instead. And it's been fascinating, man. I've learned so much over that time. I bet you I've grown at least 3 times the amount if I would have just done this on my own, just sitting and not live streaming, just doing kind of like my random interaction on my uploads and just like the random comment that you interact with from time to time. But yeah, the live streaming opened me up to other live streamers, opened me up to all sorts of ideas and philosophies and ways to look at this stuff in general. And man, I really thank you guys for everything. And that's why I really wanted to do those giveaways and got really lucky. Thank you again. Freaking ghosthunterapps.com, man. Thanks you again, because that worked out just perfect, because that's another example of synchronicity. I was going to start giving away these Google Play $10 gift cards, and he caught one of my streams and he dug it. And he said, "Hey dude, want to hook you up?" And I said, "Hell yeah, thank you so much." And yeah, I haven't talked to him in a while. I hope everything's good on that stuff. I try not to get involved. I know that's another thing about all this ghost boxing stuff that I'm glad that I've been able to dodge, is there is some animosity between certain developers. And, I've tried to display, I use them all, and except for a handful, and it's really mostly monetary cost. I got the Realm. The Realm the price has gone down, but it was pretty pricey when it first came out, but it was half off. It was only like $30 when it came out. So I decided to get it. So, but yeah, I try to stay clear of all that stuff and just report on this stuff and let you guys make your own decision. I really miss the older reporting, like sightings. Sightings, I think, is a really good example of an interesting way to report on the supernatural. They would sometimes have kind of a slanted view, but for the most part, they would just present the information, and it would be like tidbits and just ideas and breadcrumbs, and let you, if you found more interest in it, to keep exploring it. And I thought they were really good at that. And I like how they would take the sightings crew went here and there, like it wasn't relying on other third-party information. And yeah, the sightings Sally House is really good sightings. It's one of the better sightings episodes, the Sally House. All right, spirits, I've been talking for a while. We're going to jump back into another ghost box. I'm going to try now Greg Halloween. Yeah, Sightings is an old TV show from the 90s, Ulrich. It was totally like a supernatural theme kind of reporter, like a news show where they would discuss things. They had like an anchor, but it was more casual. He's kind of standing at the set. He wasn't like behind the news. Like, don't picture it entirely like a news set, but it was like less today with the documentaries. They're so well filmed and so artsy, and there's so much just different ways that they can add mood and feel to the documentaries. And I don't know, I like the Sightings. I think it was like the early 90s was when it was out on TV in America. Sightings. I can't remember the name of the host right now. Dang it, what was his name? Yeah, it was a pretty good one. All right, so there's a handful of the Sightings episodes on YouTube. The Sally House Sightings is a really good one. I that's when I first started learning about Sally House too. That was probably one of the first times I saw something on the Sally House. It was on a Sightings doc or whatever, Sightings report, I guess is what they'd call them. All right, so I'm not quite sure what's on this one. This is Greg Halloween, Greg Manchester. It has a bunch of interesting names on the actual list of the banks, man. It has like Sacha, Roa, Ravenwood, Rad PL, Metskra, Chanhan, Box CA. So I've used this once before, but I really don't remember it. So I'm gonna fire it up. Yeah, I'm gonna be going for a while, guys. So I'm probably gonna be using this box for another while more, and then we're either gonna jump into the Sigil stuff, or I'm gonna jump into that the new Soul Seekers through the Unity Ghost Box project app. And yeah, I'm gonna listen to that for a little bit. I really haven't used it at all. I've only listened to it briefly, not in sesh mode, like just sitting after I downloaded it for 3 to 5 minutes, and that's all my experience with it. I haven't listened to anybody using it, and yeah, that's it. So yeah, fire this up. I'm gonna let my spirit friends get used to this. I talked for a minute. I need to take a drink of water, and I'm just gonna let you listen to this and get used to this new sound bank. Go ahead, my spirit friends. It's Rusty Reporter. Please try to interact with me if you can. If you cannot, it's okay. I have patience. So just keep trying if you'd like to. If you'd like to interact with me, if you find this interesting. So go ahead, please. Was that his name, Clerkster? Yeah, I can't remember at all. Totally just went blank. But yeah, that was a good show. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. I liked it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's good in general. It's just I liked it. Okay, cool. You got a wiki check. Nice. Hell yeah. Well, if it ain't some bushes being rattled and rumbled and rustled out there. What's up, Mr. Steve? Good to see you, bud. How you doing? I have not streamed at this time in so long. This box has been pretty active too. I hope you're having a good evening. I guess it's evening. Yeah. What is it? 7:30. It's about 7:30 your time. Good to see you. Hey, spirits, can you say hello to everyone watching in chat? Can you say hello to my chat, my human friends, please? Go ahead. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the Sigil in just not too long, probably like 20 minutes, half an hour. I want to jump into that Sigil stuff, man. It's been really interesting. Just the last 24 hours, I literally have had the book now. I think roughly 24 hours. I think I bought it about 24 hours ago, maybe 25 hours ago. Got it right around this time yesterday. So I was really out of it too, because of working, ending my work, and then walking all over my town. I literally walked at least 3 to 5 miles by the time I sat down and read some of that stuff before I went home. And then I went home and read it, and I went to sleep reading about some really cool stuff that I'll get into later at the back of the book. And yeah, man, I had some interesting imageries in my head. I wonder how much of this stuff got imprinted. I'll get all into that once we get into the book. The book is cool. It's very cool, and I'm really interested in sigils right now. Yeah, got some friends watching us, my human friends. Go ahead and say hi to any of them. Talk with them if you can. We'll just let it go for a couple minutes. Please, my spirit friends. Speak to my human friends, my alive ones, my earthling friends. I've not used this sound bank much. Greg Halloween. Hey, since Steve is here, I'm gonna throw on Steve's one. Yeah. Awesome. I have not used that one in freaking ever. Yeah, I have let me get the official name, the SWG Southwest Ghost Audiobooks 1. So yeah, let's since we got Steve here live, let's fire up his one. What the hell? I totally forgot. I haven't used it in a while. All right, that bush is getting shaken. Oh wait, did I not load it right? I think I didn't load it right. Yeah, I didn't open it. Whoops, duh. Yeah, awesome. So yeah, we're firing this one up, Stevie. Steve-o boy. Hope you're having a good one, man. I haven't used this one in your soundbank in probably a month or two. I used it on one session for a while. It was saying some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
All right, spirits. This is gonna be more phonetic. Those other ones had really weird sounds from ghost boxes, like a lot of white noise and stuff. So utilize the sounds of the phonetics, the voices, my spirit friends. Please go ahead. Yeah, hell yeah, Rudy. Thank you, buddy. For sure, man. We all stand together, dude. We all are really like-minded individuals, man. I mean, it really, my own studies, it really seems like there's something to this, like, collective knowledge, consciousness, universal consciousness. And yeah, that really would explain the synchronicity of how we've all funneled through our life to find each other, like, at this point in space and time. Is that true, spirits? Synchronicity? Do you know much about synchronicity, my spirit friends? Yeah, he's got a bunch of different sounds in this one. What's Rusty, spirits? You can let me know you're here and this is working by saying my name back to me. Can you say Rusty? Go ahead, please. I'll turn on this pump. So you can imagine, I just turned on an EMF pump and you can see with this meter, if you cannot see the bubble of energy it's putting out, you can imagine it with this meter. You see where the lighter stops flickering? That's where the bubble at this point is stopping. So you can imagine a big bubble of energy all around that box with the light on it. It's putting out an energy that's theorized that you can feed off of, gather strength off of. Did you see it just spike? It just spiked up to 2.3. My head might be blocking that. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it just spiked from like 1.8 to 2.3 real quick, right as I said that. This is called a K2 meter as well, my friends. If you're curious what I have in my hands. Use that energy, gather it. Let's let it go for a minute. See if you can get stronger and use that to communicate through this box easier. Interesting. Whoa, that was weird. That was kind of creepy sounding one. Sounded like something out of Poltergeist, the movie. That was cool. Spirits. Is it easier to manipulate forward words, forward English, or backwards English? Say forward or backwards if you can. Which one's easier for you to manipulate?
Who's that? Dear sinner.
Did it say reverse right there? I don't know. I was grabbing this deck and I kind of heard like Urs or something like that. Oh, it sounded like you just said Rusty. Thank you. Something about Rusty. Thank you, my spirit friends. My spirit friends, thank you so much. I'm going to pull a tarot card. Let's see if the tarot will tell us what kind of energy we're working with tonight, guys. Would you like that? We're going to do I'm going to do a 3-card spread about the energy I'm working with, how I will feel about it, and how it will affect me, okay? I'm going to do a little 3-card tarot spread real quick. You guys like tarot, my spirit friends? I really like tarot. I've been doing it for months now, but I'm still really new at it. We're gonna see what kind of energy the cards will tell us we're working with. All right, spirits. So the first card I'm pulling is the energy. What is the general energy that I'm communicating with? Interesting to get a court card. Court card more generally refers to a persona or a person. I just got to pull up my camera so I can make sure I can see what's going on with you guys. So I pulled the King of Wands. Now, wands are the fire element. King is the most fiery. It's the top. I'm not as familiar with the court cards, but this is the energy. I got to pull up my cheat deck for that one. The court cards I'm just not as familiar with. Once I see the general words, though, I'll be able to build it. Interesting. Well, essentially, it's a fiery, positive energy about honor and valor and truth. And I appreciate that, my spirit friends. Whoever you are, whatever energy is tied into this, this is a very valiant card, you know, truth and honor. So that's what I'm seeking. That's people that are truly obsessed about this, call it destiny, fate, whatever. You know, I want to find truth, you know, and I want to use honor. So I appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to see what the energies of, what is it? How's it go again? Oh, this is how I will feel about the energies and then how these energies will affect me. So second card is how the energies I will feel about it. What's up, Angelo? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Steve, bud. Yeah, this is your Southwest Ghost audiobooks. SWG audiobooks 1. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Spirits. It already sounded like it said my name, Rusty. Hey, Spirits. This is Steve's Ghost Box. His little sound pack. If you like it, can you say, "What's up, Steve?" All right. right, here we go. So how I feel about it is Page of Pentacles. I guess show you guys.
Yes. En SoulSeekersUK.
Yeah, no, exactly. The Page of Pentacles is all about scholarly, like study and stuff like that. And it's also about news. Is there some sort of news or revelation I'm going to learn tonight, my spirit friends? Yeah, totally. Because the pages in general, court cards are about messages and couriers. Yeah. Ah, interesting. Opportunity. These are energies of how I'll feel about communicating with you, my spirit friends. I really like the messaging. Messages. Setting goals. Well, yeah, this stream ties in sigil creation, and it's a new goal of mine. So yes, this is totally working so far. Thank you, my spirit friends. All right, so final tarot card is how the energies of this communication will affect me in general. But how I feel about it is curiosity, research, study, and yeah, and you're a messenger. My spirit friends is a messenger. Oh no, this is probably the worst card to get in tarot. If you want to talk about worse, because it's all paradigm and it's all how your relative views and all this stuff. But it's not for me. This isn't a bad card, but this is viewed as one of the bad cards. But this is interesting. So we'll see. This is documented, and we'll see if this comes out in the next day or two, or even later today. But this is how I will be affected by this energy. According to tarot, the rules and philosophy of tarot, they're not really rules per se, but the philosophy of tarot. Believe them or not, I can't say I believe them or not. I just play with them and I read about them and I research them and I interact with them. So yeah, that's the Nine of Swords. Nine? Yeah, Nine of Swords. And yeah, that is about kind of bad news. That's about stress, pain, suffering, nightmares, dilemma, and stuff like that, which is interesting because I'm going through a lot of work stuff right now, and it's just because my work's going through a transition, not me. So I just got to roll with it and surf it out. But yeah, no, interesting. We'll see. This is all documented. We'll see if this communication tonight brings forth the Nine of Swords. I mean, it's Ten of Swords is more about endings and stuff. So this is more about having to go through some sort of uncomfortability, essentially. See, I'm way more familiar with every card except the damn court cards. The damn court cards, they still elude me. So it's interesting, upon first card asking the energy of the night, I get a King of Wands. So we're gonna leave the King of Wands out to represent you, my spirit friends. Thank you, Tarot. Thank you, my spirit friends. Let me catch up with chat, see how you guys doing. All right, cool. Everybody's having a good time in chat. Everybody's relaxing. It's a good vibe. Thank you again, everyone in chat, because I really just, it's how I generally am, like how you're seeing me right now. Unless I have in some sort of personal dilemma, I'm generally pretty happy-go-lucky kind of jolly dude. So I'm really appreciative that that translates to your guys' side, and we're able to maintain a decent vibe, and everybody kind of grows together and learns together and rub our bellies and laughter together and all that good stuff. So thank you guys. Thank you to my spirit friends. I love you, spirits. I have a love and respect for you different than I do for anybody else on this planet. You understand that, right?
Yes, yes.
The boxes up there. Is that King of Wands a good representation for the energy that I'm dealing with right now, my spirit friends? Yes or no, please? Tarot is really interesting. The other night, some stuff went down, and I got the 10 of Wands on that third card, or I'm sorry, 10 of Swords on the third card. And the 10 of Swords is the guy laying down. It's one that you see in movies and stuff because it's used to represent murders. It's a guy laying down with 10 swords stuck in his back. And that looks like a bad card to the uninitiated, but it's the basic belief and thought behind it is that it's more about emotional endings and intellectual endings, or some sort of endings in general, and that it's final and done. And there may be pain, but it doesn't mean death. Like a lot of people think the 10 swords in your back means death, but no, there's so many cards in tarot that means endings, and it's just what the way they're ended and the way it's the rebirth of what it's tied. Some cards have endings and rebirth tied into them. 10 of Swords is final. It's just a finalized card. Like that shit, it just means an end. And there's an ending at my work. There's a change, a personnel change. So I'm right at that time for that. So tarot is really interesting. Once you start to learn the basics of it, it really feels like you're reading a map of the universe from time to time. It's crazy. And the stuff that I've read with people, it's really weird. All right, so we're going to let this ghost box go for another 10, 15 to maybe 20 minutes. I don't know. So maybe a little longer. I don't know. This is just the plans. Then we're going to take a break, and I'm going to talk about sigils, and I want to draw some and explain my knowledge of, and maybe you guys can play around with some ideas from what I'm basically just an audio, a really crappy audio book of this. I won't be spitting it out verbatim, but I will be talking about just my working knowledge of it. And so anyone interested in this book, you can get a basic working knowledge of what I'm going to be doing and how to create your own sigil and how to get it going right off the bat. It, like they said in the book, I mean, they're not joking. It's one of the easiest practices of this mystery school, of this weird side that a handful, you know, I bet you there's more, but a handful of the people that created the United States of America are involved in fraternities that practice mystery school philosophies. And this sigil stuff is a good chunk of stuff that they're into. Hermetica, there's a lot of hermetic sigil in general, and I'm going to get into that. That's some of the more advanced stuff, and I'm going to get into that as we go into this in a bit. So I'm not an expert. Like I said, I'm probably going to look like a giant fool because I know nothing what I'm doing, but I'm feeling good. Got a good amount of sleep. I feel confident enough, and I'm comfortable enough to just wing it, see what the hell happens. I'm not going to focus on anything negative. I'm not going to focus on anything greedy. Just basic stuff, and the ideas behind what this is in this book. There's tons of different ideas. There's tons of different philosophies, but I really like this, and synchronicity put this book into my hand. Spirits, I'm going to take a few minute break right now. I got to take a bathroom break. I'm going to drink some water, stretch, and yeah, I'll be right back. So I'm just going to be gone for no more than probably 5 minutes. So speak freely, my spirit friends. Talk about whatever you like. I'm really into sigils right now, so just go ahead and speak freely. I'll be right back, my spirit friends. Everybody's cool in chat. Looks like everybody's good. So yeah, I'm gonna step away for just a minuto. You guys should be good with how we are. So yeah, I'm only gone a few minutes. So all right, guys. Thank you, everyone in chat. Thank you, everyone watching later. Thank you, everyone interacting with me live, wherever you may be, seen or unseen. I appreciate it all, sincerely, deeply, passionately, and you and myself are exploring the universe together. No matter who you are, you know who you are, seen, unseen, friend, not friend, whoever. You and myself are interacting to a way where we're exploring this stuff. So thank you. Thank you all, my spirit friends and my human friends. Human spelled with H-O-O. Human. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right. Yes. All right. All right. All right. Be right back. Turn this just so I can pop in and see, so I can inspect you guys and make sure you're not being. Hello, hello, hello. I made it. Oh my crap. Sorry guys. Sorry. Yes, if I touch any of my USB ports, it crashes. I made it back. Whoo. Let me change cameras, guys. I apologize about that. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so I may have to do it on this camera, guys. Hold on a second. Oh, lovely. So whatever happened with my other camera, I guess I lost it, but I'm back live. I'm gonna just try something real quick. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Oh, which one is it? I'm just gonna try replugging in the camera on a different port because it was a separate port that crashed. So I'm hoping this one does not crash. Okay, so hopefully I can switch cameras now. Yes, I can. Holy guacamole, guys. Well, welcome back. Sorry about that. I'm gonna have to go to annotations later and bridge that gap. So yes, yeah, we're gonna jump into sigils. I was able to use the restroom and throughout that gap anyway, so we're gonna jump into it. I'm gonna switch cameras to an above angle, I think, unless, yeah, I think it will be better above so we can see what I'm actually drawing and stuff. And yeah, just kind of talk about. So real quick, going to do a camera change again, unless I guess you guys don't really want to watch me moving the camera all over the place. So bear with me, 30 seconds. Just going to change the camera. I already have it all positioned. Just got to adapt it. It's got to go upside down. Then once I get it dangling, I'll just toy with it. And there we go. So now I got the camera angled. Let's get light and all that good stuff. Perfect. And something along those lines. Okay. Interesting. So let me get comfortable. So essentially, in a nutshell, sigils are, according to this book. Now, my knowledge prior to this book was that they're used as protection, and they're really used abundantly in the TV show Supernatural, and you can be used to ward off evil or trap evil in certain areas, and so on and so forth. And really didn't have much more of a knowledge other than that. But picking up this book, it delves into more of the unconscious. Basically, looking at one of these sigils implants it into your unconscious. Now, I'm not going to go into detail about the methods on how you do this, according to his book, there's multiple ways. I'm going to let you, the viewer, figure that part out, but I'm going to go into the working on how to build sigils, essentially. And I'm going to let you, if you want to go farther into that, you got to go either purchase a book or download it online or find other books or authors that talk about sigils and sigil magic. I really don't like calling it magic because of the modern day kind of incantation of it and stuff. You know, just in general, a lot of stuff is viewed in the major public as really hokey. And to me, after learning some of this stuff, that according to the Hermetic philosophy, that's an example of the use of polarization and how we are really easily polarized as humans and picking sides and feeling safer on certain sides and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, are you in danger right now? Are what you're going to see, what I draw implanted into your mind? I don't know. I'm not going to do anything negative. I'm going to just do something simple like protection. And basically, I just kind of want to discuss the ideas and the philosophies on how you create them, because I find it fascinating, and I didn't realize it was more personal and kind of up to the artist alone. I mean, you can use, they have a really good term for some of the base sigils that you can get off like the internet and stuff. What do they call them? They call them like magic cookbooks or something like that, where it's theorized that there's like a certain number of correct sigils and that there's a huge number of incorrect or wrong sigils. And and that's great. And that's if you go into the idea of like the sigil, like a base sigil, like what I thought there was like they say, like a cookbook, like a dictionary of sigils, and that everybody just went on that. I didn't realize that it was more personal, at least I guess depending on what views. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I just spilled water. I didn't realize the cap for this was off. I just spilled water on some of my tarot cards, but thankfully it's just water, and the tarot cards I spilled them on are plastic laminated, so there you go, synchronicity. Lucky synchronicity or just luck. But okay. I made just a little mess. Just had to clean this up real quick. So what you're gonna need if you want to do this with me live or later or whatever, you just need a pen and paper. That's it, pencil and paper, whatever you want to do. And so what I'm going to talk about is essentially just the basic construction and the ideas and the theories of these. So like I kind of talked about earlier with the unconscious, the idea is that you create these in the broad practice is you create these by either writing them down on a piece of paper or a parchment or even sand or dirt or whatever. And then after you activate them, you're supposed to actually destroy whatever it is. If it's for something like if you're using it more for personal gain, like I want to have a lucky day or something like that, you're supposed to destroy the stuff or wipe it clean. If you're using like sand per se, you can just wipe the sand. But what I'm going to do today is more of a protection symbol ideas. I'm not going to draw one that's like quote unquote going to work, because I literally have no practice besides literally sitting down and drawing a couple shapes. And but the ideas are really cool. So essentially there's this book covers, let me go to freaking it basically covers 3 different ways that are used to create sigils through this book, at least. And there's one called the word method, the second is called the pictorial method, and the third is called the mantrical spell method. And then there's also, I guess, a fourth technically, because there's a part that deals with constructing sigils with planetary cameas, cameas. I'm unfamiliar with this word, and so I don't know exactly what that word definition of that word is, but essentially it's planetary tie-ins and Kabbalistic tie-ins, and it's hermetic. It's more like hermetic ideology, I guess, in general. So we're going to start off first off with the just real quick. I'm not going to go into super. We're not going to do this from probably more than like a half an hour, and then we're going to jump into the Soul Seeker Ghost Box. But I just want to play with it, and I had fun on my last occult session stream of just talking, shooting the crap about tarot. I really didn't have much of it planned out. I kind of wrote a little timeline of like guides of like what I kind of wanted to do, but let me show you some of this stuff because it has some pictures to kind of describe. So essentially what I'm going to do is write down this basic idea just to show you what the book says. And then I'm going to, after I do the basic idea, I'm going to kind of just write down a quick what I've learned of this first method. So again, this method is called, see, I haven't even remembered, it's called the word method. So essentially, let's say you want to write down, you want to have some sort of protection, or in this case, it's a wish. And the wish is to obtain the strength of a tiger. Now you literally write this down, all capital letters. So here we go. I'm going to write this down. This is my wish. How's that? Can you guys see that? Okay, cool. Or this my wish. This my wish to, and you're supposed to write this down in all caps. Obtain the strength of a tiger. Okay, so now after this, you go through and you cross off all of the double letters. So in this case, I'd be crossing off the I, the S, the H, the T, the second O, another T, leave the A, cross the I out, leave the N, cross the T and the H, leave the E, cross S, T, leave the R, then E, N, leave the G, cross the T and the H, O and the F, the A, and all of Tiger. Okay? So now we have literally now what we have after that is T, H, I, S, M, Y, W, O, B, A, N, E, R, G, F. All right, this is interesting. Oh, let me pull chat, guys. I don't have the chat window open. I don't know how if you guys could be getting trolled right now, and I'd be unaware of it. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm just getting really into this. I find this so fascinating. Yeah, and let me know what you guys think about this as well. Like, if you think this is stupid, I can definitely cut it a little shorter. But I just find it fascinating. And I'm not gonna go. Like I said, this is only gonna be like maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, nothing too crazy. Maybe longer. I don't know. If I get really into it and you guys are into it, then I'm down to let this little lesson go maybe a little longer. I really don't know. So let me catch up with chat real quick before we go any longer. All right, cool. You guys just chit chat and have a good time. Oh, I hate that when the vacuum cleaner belt smells. My vacuum does that too. I have an old school vacuum. Yeah. I'm always like, I gotta push it. I can make it on this one. I'm just gonna push it a little bit longer. I'm expecting just to like burst into flames on one of these sessions. Okay, cool. You guys got me. We'll return. All right, sweet. All right, sweet. So yeah, it looks like it's all going good. All right, guys. Okay. So now check this out. So now we have these letters, right? And the sigil is going to be created from these letters now. We have every single letter from this statement. This my wish to obtain the strength of a tiger. And in the school of thought, you can if you want. You don't have to. There's really no guidelines, but I kind of like the idea is there's similar letters. So a W, a M, a W, and an E can all be used in the sigil shape because they all represent one letter. Now, the sigil is essentially going to take these ideas and turn them into a sigil, these shapes from the capital letters. And it's really cool how they do this. And they just give you a really broad base idea. And I'm hoping by kind of translating the book down for you guys and documenting it, that it'll help me get a better idea of what they're getting across. Because I tried to wing it and create my own, but I kind of just want to do it verbatim and show you guys as well. I feel like it feels fun, and I'm having a good time right now. Okay. So like I was saying, so if there's letters that are similar shape, they can or they cannot. It's really up to you to appear in the sigil, the end sigil, if you want. So again, like something like a sigil is generally can be used for protection or like wishes and stuff like that, or wants or needs. I'm just showing you an example of the book. I'm not going to use this for this kind of stuff generally. Like I may want like good moods or like harmony or peace, but I'm not going to use this as more of a greedy-esque way. I kind of view that more as like a greed thing. But for me, at the end of all this, once I show you this method, then I'm going to try to create a protection sigil for myself from this working knowledge. So I'm going to show you, hopefully the book now, you can see this. Now these letters, using this philosophy, have been turned into these interesting, cool sigils. Let's see if we can get the camera good on this. I got to put it all side by side. So what I'm going to do is now I just got to zoom in just a little and let you guys see this and what it says next to each one, because it'll be easier than me just writing it. Can I go down? There we go. Maybe one more. I don't know how well you guys can actually see this. Maybe the light's just a little too bright. Okay, well, you get the basic ideas of the signs. You can see them, it looks like. It may not be super clear, but that's just because the focus is kind of crappy, but you can get the basic idea. So this first symbol is to actually symbolize this, my wish. The second one is to obtain. The third one, the strength of a tiger. And the fourth one is how it could appear, one of the possible methods of how it could appear combined. And this is just another example. So there's two different examples of how you can take these three separate word sigils and combine them into this overall amount. And so it says this is kind of an interesting point. However, it is important that in the end, the sigil is as simple as possible, with the various letters recognizable, even with slight difficulty. The artistic quality of the sigil is irrelevant, but for simple psychological reasons, it should be obvious that you should not just scribble or doodle it in haste. You should strive to make it to the best of your abilities. You see, that's why I think I'm gravitated toward this, because I am, as much as I love to fight it, an artist. And yeah, back in the day, I was, before it became huge, I was into, and I thought about becoming a graphic artist, like creating letters. And I was, for a time when I was a kid, into quote unquote tagging in that graffiti style of artwork, which is, as I was sitting today reading this stuff, I was kind of reflecting back on that stuff. And that kind of artwork is interesting. It is kind of like sigil-esque. You're taking a letter and you're creating a shape and a symbol out of that letter. So maybe it's just a natural progression for me back into this. Okay, so now I just want to draw a couple of the ideas. So we saw those three basic ideas. And let's see here. Now with the W and the U, or the W, the M, and the E, they're really great examples of how you can use them in the sigils, because you can use them for shapes such as this. And they make really good connections and points, because the sigils use a lot of three basic shapes: triangles and circles and squares. And at the end of sigils, you're supposed to encapsulate your sigil in a shape like that: a cylinder, a circle, or a square. So you get all these really cool patterns you can design using stuff and thinking of that flexibility of using letters that are similar. As in this case, we have W, M, and V, which can all be used to create one single shape, just depending on where you're looking at or whatever. Your subconscious will be able to supposedly recognize it no matter what. And so there's some really interesting stuff of this whole subconscious. So here's a couple examples real quick that I'm going to draw out of, let's see, where is that? Okay, yeah, no, this is awesome. So essentially, this is the part I want to get to. So this probably won't go on too much longer, guys, because I wasn't sure how long this would go. But essentially, those letters that we just had, this is how you can, like, this is how to visualize them, the idea of the sigil, okay? If the letters were in there, they'd have to fit in like this. Yeah, I don't have it scaled very well, but essentially there is a raw sigil of the letters. And for whatever reason, our subconscious, for the sigils, for whatever reason, sigils, I still don't know the complete history of them. I don't know exactly where they came from, but I get the idea of what they're supposed to be doing. It's basically a magic, and it works with the unconscious. And it can look like this, but it's just far too complicated. When you're creating sigils, you're trying to look for more simplicity. Okay, so with the use and understanding sigils, yeah, here's some of these were ones I was working on. See, I don't even know which way are you going to look at them. These are just ones I created on my own using some of the working knowledge. My very first sigils. I'm going to keep that one on the side, actually. Let me grab a couple more pieces of paper. So that one symbol we just saw, now I'm going to draw it how this, the more simplistic version of how through this knowledge of learning this workings is basically the theory behind these sigils and how it looks and will appear. And it's pretty cool. So remember, this is the sigil for the power of a tiger under one version of drawing. And it all depends on the artist and so on and so forth. So essentially, this is supposed to be more straight lined. I'm not drawing straight lines, so if it's phallic for whatever reason, I'm not trying to make it look like that. I just kind of realized it, man. Hey, Vintage, the Vixen, what's up? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, okay, slick. Yeah, awesome. So you guys are into this. Yeah, okay, cool. I didn't want to bore the crap out of you. Okay, so let me go into this real quick. So you will notice a lot of it has left out. Try to look for the letters that are in there. Let me show you again real quick. What did I do with the first one? So these letters are in that sigil, right? The F, the W, the O, the R, the V, the E, the A, but it's simplified because our subconscious doesn't need it to be overly complicated when you activate these things. So yeah, let me point out what we have then. So we have the T, right? Where's the list? So we can kind of see, compare. Because I find this fascinating. I did not realize sigils were alphabet, at least in this one method. Now I'm going to get into the artistic version later, the pictorial. So yeah, you easily got the T or an I. What else we got? Also the H, a sideways H. There's the O. And we have the R right here. Here's the R. It's kind of hard to see, but I didn't even realize it at first. But yeah, that's the R right there. And then we have the V upside down. Also the A. What else? The E is within there. Yeah, and also the W, I believe, is within there too. Let me see what the book says. Because yeah, no, that's fascinating. So you with practice now, as I get more experience with this, I'm wondering when I watch Supernatural, rewatch it again, if I'm going to be seeing different things. Because supposedly some of the sigils are real sigils in Supernatural, and some of them are just made up. But most sigils apparently are made up. So if the people knew what they were doing, the artists behind the scenes, they could have been creating real sigils for our subconscious to digest, ingest, whatever you want to term it. So very interesting. Okay, so this is what's important, at least in the beginning, is that we are theoretically able to rediscover all our basic letters in the sigil, even in its stylized version. Now, we certainly won't find it difficult to recognize the T and stuff. Like I said, oh yeah, there's a P. Here's the P right here. That's right, there's the P. Especially if we keep in mind that the same lines may be interpreted in several different fashions. The arc, for example, may stand at the same time for a U. See, that's right. That could be a U and a D as well. Okay, so here's where it gets pretty interesting. So what happened to the S, right? Or the R? We saw the R. Now the A, I thought the A was in here, which it could be interpreted as in here. The A is actually this whole thing upside down. This is the A on the outside. This whole part is the A, and it also is an M. Interesting enough, because you can dot the line and make the M through there as well, and the S is within the middle. There's actually an S through that. So cool. Oh, I'm so digging this. Now they say it's cheat a bit, but that's the idea. Is it's not supposed to be blatant. So I mean, it's there though. When with a little bit of practice, you're probably going to be visualizing this stuff. Okay, so it's interesting. And then they talk about taking that same image and stylizing it. Now the stylizing it is to add decoration, but to not make it super fancy. But I guess that's how you're supposed to end it all at the end before you activate it. So that was the base symbol. And what they do something interesting. They extend the lines out here and here, put a little circle, and then, oh, no, that's right. This is a circle and this is a triangle. All right. And depending on the sigil, I mean, these are really crude drawings, but the decorations are essentially just adding extensions onto it and adding whatever. You could do a spiral symbol for, was it I think it's Saturn or Jupiter or something like that. You can add the elementals, but what it is that they do not have meaning in themselves, okay? They're just, as the sigil no longer has any conscious, recognizable meaning, they serve the sole purpose of creating the right atmosphere for your sigil and giving the sigil, quote unquote, a magic touch, or for the most romantically minded, a touch of mystery. So it's totally like, you know, I really like the detail. Like, here's kind of a good example with the artwork of this Ouija board. You know, they could have just went with normal letters, but they put little twists and little details into it. And, you know, it's, going back to that kind of graphic artist, I really love that kind of adding to the graphical art. So yeah, let's see. So that's just going over that stuff really, really quick. Now, so you got the basic ideas, the basic workings of how whatever sort of idea or wish or protection you write out in capital letters, and then you cross off every single double after that, and you leave the remaining letters, and you take those remaining capitals and write them or draw them into a protective symbol. Now, how to activate them and all that stuff is really complex, and there's a bunch of different ideas and views, and I definitely would rather you guys go search that rabbit hole yourself. And yeah, I mean, there's some really interesting thoughts and ideas. You essentially, in a nutshell, you're supposed to alter your reality, alter your consciousness right as you open your eyes and absorb and activate the sigils. And then you, depending on which kind of sigil it is, you're supposed to destroy it right after. And they recommend that after you write the sigil, you actually let me get a little more light on this now. After you actually write the sigil, you put it away and try to forget what the purpose of the sigil was really about. So then your unconscious has no influence once you activate it through its different methods. There's all sorts of different methods, and this book just covers a couple or a handful. And so, yeah, we're going to skip that part in the seminar. And I just want to jump into real quick the pictorial method. So we just went over the I still don't even remember the exact, that was the word method of the sigil. And so now we're going to go over really quickly, rapidly, the pictorial method. So just as it basically says, the words, you write them out, and the pictorial method is using more of the actual, an image. For this case, we're going to use a person, okay? So I'm just going to draw out really quick a really crude design person. Kind of looks like a gingerbread man. Okay. Now, there's supposed to be an astral acupuncture needle into his stomach for healing. This is if you want to do something for healing. So it's wherever the base is. So this is to represent the healing. And so you take this idea of this thought process, and you translate it into more of a stick figure. Again, with the element. And now you start to transform that into. Now, these aren't steps that you have to do as you're creating this. This is just showing you how the ideas for the sigil came to be. Oh, pardon me, that's supposed to be like a W. That's supposed to be looking more like a W. So now we have the image of the person that's slowly, ever so slowly changing. And the final image looks like this. This is the sigil of whatever element. This is for an element to help combat an element. Let me just get another picture. Fumble. All right, so triangle, circle, line, another line, circle, circle, circle. So that's just rough, but that's an example of how pictorial, turning something pictorial into a sigil is created. And the purpose again of this sigil was this man was suffering from stomach pain, similar to a voodoo magic doll. You draw a figure with his initials. So whoever it is, you're supposed to put an initial on it. But it's supposed to be symbolized, similar to using the word method. And yeah, essentially that can branch off into other forms and views. So let me show you now just a book, so that's easier. So here's a couple different other ideas of the way these sigils can be created. Can be created to create the overall sigils. And then it gets into this other page where it starts to show you, for an example, what that triangle is to represent as well through the symbolism. And the triangle, the forward or pointing up, upright triangle is fire and instinct. So yeah, it's very cool. And I mean, even right there in the symbology, you have the Venus symbol is in there. But it shows you some different, these are just, it's really not talking about the symbol I just drew. This is to show you more of the Hermetic and alchemical philosophies behind symbolism. And if you look, you can take the upside down triangle, which is for water and emotion, and the right side up triangle, which is fire and instinct. Check this out, guys. You take those two. Oh, do it right there. All right. That's the alchemical touching, but the alchemical symbol right there for water and fire. And you push them down, and what do you get? You get that classic Star of David, which isn't really religious. It is occult, and it's alchemical, and it's hermetic, and it's all these ancient secret school stuff. And Israel, through my reading, is a combination of three old gods: Isis, Ra, and Elohim, or whatever, LOL, and the L, whatever the L god is. And there's all this secret school stuff is tied in to major religions, and a lot of them don't even freaking know it. And I honestly think the Vatican is highly aware of it. And I think some of these higher rabbis, especially the ones that practice the Kabbalah stuff, the Kabbalah, you know, that ties into the symbol besides the people. We look at this as like the symbol for a people, but this is not. This is an old school sigil. This is really, in its basic, the elements of earth and fire combined. Some freaking stuff. Freaking cool stuff. Hey, Ghostly Lurker, what's up, dude? Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I'd never get in on this time. It's been a while since I did a day session. Yeah, we're getting into my weird sigil exploration, practical sigil magic. Hey, Dapple, what's up, Dapple? How's it going, buddy boy? Yeah, I'm not going to go too much farther. You guys basically got a basic idea of what this information, this book is trying to put across, and knowledge now that I was unaware of. Like I said, I thought there was a cookbook, and there is. In a way, this is part of the cookbook of sigils. There's like a basic working of sigils that have been used. There's basic sacred geometry. It's mathematics. There's all sorts of crazy brain stuff. But in a long story short, I thought that was it. I wasn't aware that there's this idea of taking letters and drawings and creating your own. This is just an example of this sigil. You can create and draw anything. It's just once you learn the basic shapes. And then at the end of all this, you're supposed to maybe draw a circle around it or put another triangle around it. And you can just evolve and do it however you want. All right, so to wrap this all up, I'm going to try a protection symbol for myself again real quick. And I'm just going to do this on the fly. Like I showed you. Let me pull that one back out. I drew on the back of it, crud. You might not be able to see it as well. You can't see it as well. But these three ones were my first attempts at just drawing protection. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to write protect this. Oh, forgot the I. There's an I squeezed in there. Home. All right, so that is what I'm going to attempt. So now I have to cross off all the doubles of that. See, it's real simple. So I'm not, even though I'm going to have a lot of letters, I don't have to use them all because there's going to be similar ones as well. So there's cross off that one T, another T, the second O, and the second E. So these are the letters that I'm working with right here, if I want. Oh. And like I said, so you combine the different ones. So what do I want to do? I think I'm going to start off with a triangle. Now this is what I'm going to start off as my base. And I'm not a pro. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if I'm going to protect my house with it. But it's the idea. Okay, so what do I got in there? Do I have any of the letters that I want to put into there, really in there? Not so much. I don't really think so. But as I talked to earlier, you can use letters that are similar for one. So I can use the M and the E's as one design within my sigil. And I really like the H. Oh, look, there's a second H. So yeah, we don't need that second H. So I have an H. So I'm going to start off with the H. And I'm going to put it actually like this. So my H is going at the bottom. Now, is that right? Am I doing this sigil correctly? I have no freaking clue. And at this point, I don't expect this to work. I'm just showing you the example. I just showed you guys some basic examples in the books, and then I'm just gonna wing it, spitball it. I could really use a couple drags off a cigarette. Hey guys, it's good. I'm glad everybody's doing good. It's great to see you guys. I love that I have people to explore this with. I don't get to discuss this nearly as much as I would like to in real life, and well, whatever, non-digital interaction. And yeah, so yeah, again, thank you guys. All right, so what did we do? We just did the H. So we got H in there. Now we saw the P and the R can kind of go together as well, huh? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create that with a circle. In the circle, there's the O. And I want to try to tie the P and the R into it. So I'm going to draw a line right through the middle. And we have the P now. There's the P. Now I need an R. So how I'm going to make that R is I'm going to connect these. Now I have an R in there. So now I have the P, the R, the O. Now where's the T? The T is right there. There's a T. Where's a C? The C is right there within the E. And that's also, if I want to, I can stop now because that creates the C, the E, and the M all in that circle. So I can stop now and decorate it if I really want to. And I think I'm going to I'm going to do a couple more things. But first off, I have, let's see, what do I got here? I'm going to create a circle around this. This is not going to be perfect, but close enough because I'm not using a ruler or a compass or anything. Extend this one. Keep that one. I'm going to extend that one. I totally went off key with that. Here, okay, there. That's what I'm going to do with that. So here's the decoration. And these are also elements. The triangle's pointing up, so that is the fire element. And I want some water in there for emotion. I'm going to put a water element right there. And I also want earth. And earth is really about stability. And how I'm going to do that is, how would I do that now? I have earth, I guess, technically, right here. Here's earth. Because earth is this symbol. Earth is an upside down triangle with a line through it. That's the alchemical symbol for earth. So I was able to place that right there. So there, that's about it. I think I'm gonna put a circle here, and then I'm gonna encapsulate this circle with a square. Like, this is really probably a little too overly complex, but there's my sigil for my home protection. Now, here's where you can add different stuff, and this is where I want to kind of tie the book back into it. Is in the back, it goes over planetary and stuff like that, and it has Kabbalah symbols for all sorts of different stuff. So you can tie more into that, and it talks about symbolism for tables of Mars and stuff like I don't want to get into that because that can be controversial, but there's some interesting stuff that this stuff ties into. So do I need to activate this one? I don't think so. I think this, what I did, I'm not an expert, but I think this is now a basic symbol for me to protect my home. And well, I guess there's a way I can activate it if I really want to, but I'm going to symbolize it as an actual symbol. And you know, it's a rough one. It's my first one, but I'm gonna, since I drew it and I drew it on stream, I'm gonna use it as part of my setup, I think. And so yeah, guys, so there you go. Protect my home. And that's a basic sigil using the philosophy and ideas. Terrible artwork. I could have done things a lot more balanced, you know, it would look a lot more space. If I did it on a larger piece of paper, it'd be like but that's not bad. Honestly, compared to some of the sigils I did, I'm actually kind of impressed with that one. So yeah, put that. Maybe I'll put it on my ghost box or something. I want to yeah, it does. There's all sorts of cool stuff. Yeah, I think I did draw it a little too complicated, but clerks there. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna switch camera, and now we're gonna go back into, I guess I'm on the right camera. I have to switch camera to change my camera to its position. Ooh, where the hell is this camera right now? It's looking at something crazy. Ooh, spooky. Steady as she goes. All right, guys, I'm just gonna change my camera real quick and hopefully not drop the stream. Sit. All right. So yeah, the next ghost box we're gonna be using is called SoulSeekersUK. It's a paid app. I think it's like $3 or $4, maybe $5 American. And I'm not the biggest fan of paying for my apps, even though when I began, I really didn't want to pay for any apps, and then I started buying all the cheap ones, and then I almost refused to buy any of the more expensive ones, like the $20 or $30 ones, and I eventually started getting them more, and that's why I got EchoBox like 2 months later after I started this whole streaming process. Yeah, I wasn't even aware of it, of what it could really do. I figured it was just like a really pricey ghost box, but I found it once I found out how it works and stuff, I was pretty impressed with it. Okay, sweet. I gotta zoom out just a little now. I got to zoom in all crazy. All right. Yeah, so hopefully don't crash the stream anymore, genius, or drop the or drop the camera. It's because I'm sitting on a chair. Slowly it's moving backwards. Okay, so I got my protection symbol. I want to use whiteout and draw protection symbols, or a white marker or whatever, and draw protection symbols on the inside of my ghost box, so I can use it to protect the ghost box itself. And I wish I had some tape. But yeah, so yeah, let me get my tablet. I have it ready to go. I just need to turn on the actual Bluetooth part of my stinking thing. So yeah, in a nutshell, again, practical sigil magic. I picked it up for $15, my local bookstore. It's not a huge book, only like 140 pages. Not a super wealth of information, but for me, I think it's a really good starter. to get somebody on the trail of what's going on with this. All right, so I just got to connect this stuff real quick. All right, sweet. All right, so let me show you, if I can, kind of what it looks like. This is what the basic Unity Ghost Box looks like. And so I guess if you look onto the Unity Ghost Box, and I really don't have very much knowledge on it at all, really just a few minutes. But it's a website you can go to. It's kind of like a forum, I think, and it explains how to get you going on how to build your own Ghost Box. And it'll look similar to this. So yeah, as far as I know. I'm not an expert. I don't know for sure, but that's just kind of my working knowledge on it. So yes, it has two word banks that are supposedly all reversed. Okay, and there's supposedly no English, I believe. And let me restart it so I can see what it says. It says exactly what's on it when you fire it up. And I want to read it verbatim for documentary sake. Okay, so it says SoulSeekersUK Ghost Box, copyright 2016, built using the Unity project. All audio banks contain no actual words, just gibberish, and are all reversed. So any words or messages you receive were not from the audio banks. According says this. I hit OK. What's going on, man? All right, there you go. All right. How do you turn it on?
Scanner activated.
So I guess it's scanning. All right, we're gonna let it run for a minute and just listen to it. Spirits, new Ghost Box going. Hannah, hello. Oh, sorry, I accidentally hit the speaker thing. Hello, it's Rusty. I'm using a new Ghost Box, guys. Can you say Rusty through his Ghost Box, please, my spirit friends? Hello. Come over to this device. Sound like it said Rusty, kind of. Come over to this device, my friends. It's called a Ghost Box. It's a new version. It's got different phonetics, different sounds. Try to manipulate these sounds. Try to tell us anything you can. Please, go ahead. Just play with it for a minute or two. Yeah, right on, Rudy. Yeah, man, for sure, dude. No, I mean, they say the more you look into this, the more you notice synchronicity. And to me, that's synchronicity. You just happen to catch this today and you're interested in it. So yeah, no, totally, man. Check it out, bud. I totally recommend it. Cool stuff. Are you getting used to this, my spirit friends? Well, there's a lot of words that are seemingly coming out of this for claiming that there's no words. It's good to meet you guys. Play with this. I do like the sound of it. Can you take this time to try to tell me your names? I have not asked that today. Let's try to hear your names, please. Go ahead. Hello, just say hello, hello, hello. Speaking of hellos, what's up, Joey? Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for checking this out, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me see if I can grab some. Never mind. changed my mind. I'm gonna see if I can turn off my screen and see if the ghost box keeps going. So if the ghost box stops, it's because I tried to turn the screen off. Most of Pugs' you can, so I'm assuming you can. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, Project Unity. I hate ghost boxes that don't let you turn off your screen. It kills your battery. All right, spirits, I just need a couple drags off a cigarette. So take this time to tell us about yourself. Speak freely. Tell us what you think of this process. Tell us anything you can. Go ahead. Lost a freaking lid to this. Whoa, that's a crazy sounding one. I asked earlier on a ghost box if they liked video games, which video game, and we heard Pokemon. Is there a young child entity? Is there a kid with us? You want to talk, kid? I don't think that's insulting to call him kid. Do you like this ghost box, my young spirit friend? Can you choose which voices you pick? I don't know. This one's cool, man. I haven't used this one. This one is very interesting. It had stunning reviews, so I don't know. It's interesting though. Spirits, if this is an easier ghost box, spirit box, can you say easier through this, please? Hello? Is this easy? Can you say easy? This ghost box? Well, hello, Karen. Good to see you, Matt. Thanks for joining us. You just missed my Sigil seminar. Oh, you probably saw it, duh. Yeah, you probably saw it. What am I thinking? Duh. Or at least heard it or something. I'm sure it was in the background. All right, so I'm going to play with the speed on this now. I'm going to turn it down. The speed. I think you can. Yeah, decrease sweep rate. So that's 2 or 3 pushes. All right, so that's 4 or 5 pushes because I'm not sure if I missed one. I wasn't looking on one of them, so I might have missed one. But there's at least 4 pushes. I kind of like that. We're going to go with that for a little, and then we're going to slow it down even more, see if we can. This ghost box sounds very unique. I like the sound of it, my spirit friends. If what the claims are stated are true, then we have already gotten positive results out of this because it claims that there's no English in the sound bank at all. It's just gibberish reversed. Now, what is gibberish? Gibberish is a broad term. It could mean all sorts of things. I don't know what this gibberish entails. Can you tell us your name through this device now, my friends? That's so crazy sound. It's like a super evil sound mixed in with a kid sound. Talk about diametrically opposing voices. Spirits, how many of you are around me right now? It's constantly fluctuating. You're aware I cannot see you correctly or correct? Why can I not see you? Was I able to see you at a younger age when I was a child? Why is that? Why are children able to see you easier? Hey Steve, take it easy, buddy. Yeah, I'll probably be there, bud, at your stream. So hell yeah. Is it starting soon in like an hour and 45 minutes or so? I may end it right before, or right around your time of starting. That was actually kind of planning on that. That gives me still an hour and 15 minutes. No, an hour and 25 minutes. Whatever. You get to. I still have an hour and a half. Probably. Dapple, my buddy Dapple says, "Hey, spirits, can you talk to him?" He says, "Talk to me, ghost. Talk to Dapple, please." Yeah, Steve, I will, buddy. I'm gonna join hang out later, dude, for sure. Sweet. Well, I may overlap you just a little bit, but I'll be ending right around the time you're stopping or starting. So sounds good, dude. Have a good one. I will see you in just a little bit. Hey, keep that bush nice and warm for me. Spirits, would you like any coffee? I could go for a little a little heat up, I guess. Heat up technically. Sound like yes a cup or yes cup? I'm gonna bring you guys a cup of coffee, okay? I'll be right back in 2 minutes. I'm a little low on coffee, my spirit friends, but I gave you about a quarter cup out of my cup. So here's your coffee in this blue Atlantis space shuttle cup. Go ahead, enjoy it. Right on, Steve. All right, later, buddy. See you in a bit. Oh, Miss Hibby. Hello, Miss Hibby Hibby. This is a really unique sounding one. It's definitely different than what I've grown accustomed to. It's nice to have new stuff to play with. So, spirits, are you able to choose which voice you alter? It just said yes. Awesome. Thank you. Oh, interesting, Doppel. It keeps you as moderator. I think that's a new addition. I think it used to wipe clean the moderators like a month or two ago. Because I haven't assigned a moderator today, so that was from like a couple weeks back. Interesting. That must be some new addition. I don't remember doing that. Because I've made other people moderators over the months, and none of them stuck as moderators. You're now permanently I can take it off if you want, Doppel, because I am watching, so it's up to you. If you want to keep your wrench, go for it. If not, just let me know. Spirits, do you like wrenches? That's a weird question. Spirits, tools are something that we need. It's what helped us become human, I guess, according to what anthropologists kind of think. The tool helped to propel us once we started making our first tools. Do you know what the very first tool humans used was? Yeah, interesting. Well, that's weird because I've had other people that are mods that aren't mods. I don't think. I don't know. I could be mistaken. I really haven't made too many people mods, so maybe that's it. Is I just haven't made because I only have a couple that I have. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, spirits, I'd like to try to get your names again. Please take your time and try to get you, whoever you are, whatever you are, human or non-human, try to stay your name through this device, please. Oh, crud. Damn, I spilled water on the outside of the damn bag. Let's get some names, please. Are there all humans? Am I only interacting with human spirits? Well, thank you. Are there other non-human entities around me right now? If there are, can you name them for me, please? Yeah, hippie, there he goes. Ha! The sonic screwdriver throw it up next to him. Man, I haven't pulled out one of those in forever. I don't want to dig up through all that crud. There's just a pile of crud over there. Spirits, do you like the skull? I really like the skull. What do you think about this? Look into my eyes. Ooh. You will love me. You will give me your soul eternally. Spirits, I'm just playing around. What do you think of this plastic skull? Do you like it? Do you hate it? What do you think about it? Interesting. That skull just, I think it was just because it's on a crappy thing, but it's interesting how that skull just, I must have knocked it, but it's interesting how it fell over. It's pretty cool. I like it, and it was really cheap, so I extra like it because it was cheap. Was he a ginger? Kept the red going in his eyes. Topple, my Sonic tells me you're a troll. Back in time you go. Awesome. That's awesome. That's like a Doctor Who forums moderator thing. Like that should be their slogan for the Doctor Who official forums. Give you guys a different angle for a minute. Something different to look at. Let's look at my plethora of toys. There's my other camera. Spirits, am I in danger by interacting with you? What are the dangers? And are they clear and present? Hello, still. There's a lot of English that comes out of this, and it's claimed that it's not English. I'm going to turn on this pump again, my spirit friends. This is theorized to give you English. You get English out of this box. This is an English box. You get energy out of this box is the theory. So see if you can gather some energy, if you can gather strength out of this. To some degree, Rudy, yes, I have to some degree about the different, the different layers and stuff. I have to some degree. Real quick, when I was a kid, my mom had a really cool friend that I wish he was still around. He ended up moving to Ireland, but he brought over, you know, binary beats, how they have the binary beats that you listen to. They were essentially binary glasses, and what you did is you close your eyes and it would flash these lights into your eyes, and you'd see images and pictures and shapes and patterns appear in the blood or whatever of your eyelids, and you'd listen to music while you were doing that, and that would get you into a trance state. So yeah, I mean, I've played with it a little, and I've dabbled with the ideas of doing some sensory deprivation stuff like that, and trying different things. Big Beard Studios has a couple tone generators that creates frequencies and tones, and yeah, man, I need to tie those in more. I need to look more into that, and yeah, I really have basic novice knowledge of all that, and it is interesting, and I think it's all tied together. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up, dude. Spirits, about frequencies and hertz and brain waves and the different levels of brainwave activities. Which brainwave level is the easiest for us to communicate when I'm in? What level of brainwave activity do I need to be in, as in delta and stuff like that? Do you know? If you know, can you label or tell us? Lisa, I talk English. Oh man, I almost drink the crap. All right, Spirits, I gotta move this because I almost drank it and I don't want to drink your coffee, so I'm just moving it to the side. Yeah, there's a lot of English coming out of this ghost box, and it claims when you fire it up that there's any English you hear should be basically spirit manipulation. So I mean, you know me, I get weird stuff, and they seem to easily, if that's the case, then they're easily manipulating this device. Spirits, can we please confirm how accurate this ghost box is? And can you please take this next minute to say my name as many times as you can? Try to just say it over and over. Go ahead, please. My name's Russ T. Yeah, see, Rudy, I don't even know. What's up, LP? It is this one. Soul Seekers UK Ghost Box. It's a paid app on Google Play. It's made through the Unity Ghost Box program that Pugster helped set up. Spirits, try to say my name as many times as you can to confirm that this box works real easy for you. Just try to say Russ T over and over. Go ahead. I'm going to let it go a minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Best wishes, hippie. You got this, girl. No matter what, you'll stay strong, and we all got your back, no matter what. And you're freaking hilarious to boot. Is this EMF pump working? Do you like it? Can you tell me what color the numbers that appear on the screen are? It just said alpha. Isn't that one of the brain states? Yeah, Rudy. Okay, there you go. Yeah, more synchronicity, man. Yeah, I'm really noticing synchronicity left and right these days, dude. It's pretty trippy. Maggie May, hello. Nice to meet you. Thanks for checking us out and this online vlogging experimentation of the supernatural and paranormal and weird occult in general. Spirits, well, thank you. All right, I'm not going to ask a question this time. I just want you to speak freely. Talk amongst yourselves or just say whatever you'd like to say for a couple minutes. Go ahead. I'd like to not constantly ask you questions. I like to take breaks and just let you speak. So go ahead, please. Finally, I make you bashful. Finally, jeez. Hippie. It's interesting how it fluctuates between the child voice and an adult voice. And go ahead, guys. Just speak freely. Play with the device. Go ahead. All right, guys. So just a heads up, I'm gonna be shutting this down right around Steve when Steve's starting his. So we got about an hour and 25 minutes until his starts. So that's about roughly as I'm going. So everyone watching, live, unlive, dead, undead. Yeah, we got about an hour and a half left to go. So just letting everybody know. Little heads up. I'm gonna step away a minute, let the Ghost Box play, and I'll be right at the back. A couple minutes, just gonna stretch. Gonna do a thing or two, so I'll be right back. And yes, keep speaking freely, my spirit friends. Interact with my friends on chat. These people are watching us live. Whoa, that was a weird cough. If you want to talk to somebody, read their name off the screen. Say their name first, so that they can hear you say their name, and then say whatever you want to say to them, my spirit friends. Go ahead, speak with my human friends. I'll be right back. Man, guys, I've heard so much English in this, so man, I hope it's not malarkey, and I hope what Brian's stating, because Brian seems like a really legit dude, so I really don't have any reason to distrust him. And man, if what he claims is 100% true, then this isn't a pretty impressive Ghost Box just on the sheer fact of English that's coming out of it. The claim shouldn't be coming out of it. All right, I just wanted to state that as I was stepping away, I just heard a couple more English words, and I was just thinking that, so I just wanted to state that. Be right back. Thank you, my spit friends. All right, guys. Just a quick ghost box break, 5-10 minute ghost box break, and then I'm gonna jump back into it. I just want to talk real quick, show you guys a few things. How'd that camera get off like that? Oh, I know why, because I had it zoomed in one. That's right. So yeah, real quick, guys. Yeah, something like that. Okay, good enough. I'm just gonna pause the ghost box, quiet the ghost box for a second. Okay, just turn off the speaker. So I just want to wrap up really quick this book, just real quick, and where I'm at in my life, and another part of the synchronicity that I forgot to tie into when I got this book was I'm really into Castlevania right now, okay? And how I got into this Castlevania in general, old school, new school, whatever, is there's on the Xbox Live Arcade, it was $10 or $15. There's a game called Castlevania Lords of Shadow Mirror of Fate, and I downloaded it and I played it, I beat it, I fell in love with it, and it rekindled my love of the Castlevania side scroller. And so what I did is I went online and I Googled it and saw there was a disc. So I thought I was getting at first, when I first clicked on it, I got the disc Castlevania, and so I thought I was getting the arcade game because it was only like $13. And when I read into the detail more, it's actually it does have some 2D, but it is a 3D reimagined reboot, total remake of the Castlevania series. And this came out in 2010. And now in 2010, I was coming out of my drinking phase, and it was like my first year sober and like all this crazy crap. And I didn't play a lot of Xbox. And so I missed this game in general. I've really only been collecting hardcore. Like I've collected my whole life, but actually collecting and not selling them for the past 2 years. Anyway, long story short, I got this game for $13 and they recommended the sequel, which I didn't even know there was a sequel. And so I got the sequel as well. This was only like another $12, $13. I got both for like $20, $30. Started playing the Castlevania, and it has mad symbolism. It has all sorts of occult, esoteric, mystery school stuff in it, alchemy, all sorts of crazy stuff. And so like I was just really into Castlevania in and I've already anyone that's been following me knows I'm into symbolism right now and symbols in general. So like there's a lot of sigils. There's sigils and stuff like that in this game as well. So it helped to get me to buy this game. I'm really into right now, and I really highly recommend this game. It is super freaking sick. It's essentially a 3D game. It's kind of like God of War, Colossus of the Titans, and Tomb Raider all tied into one, and it is a really flipping good game. Okay, so yeah, I just want to go tie in the video game stuff and all that, and how this ties into the sigil, and then end it with this. I want to show you guys the system I got real quick. Oh crap! So I wanted to get Super Castlevania because that is, in my opinion, besides Symphony of the Night, which I own and I've played, I haven't beat. Super Castlevania for the NES, I never owned, and I played briefly, but I always thought it was sick, and it still is sick. So I decided to get this. This is called the Retron 2, and this is one of those systems you can buy. I got it for 40 or 50 bucks that plays a Nintendo and a Super Nintendo. Now they make different ones. They make the Retron 3, 4, 5, and they all play different stuff. Now I grew up as a Nintendo kid. I had friends that had Sega, but I would play Sega at their house, and I never owned it. So like all the cool Sega games or whatever that I never owned, but I thought were cool, I own already on like Xbox collection discs and stuff. But I owned a Nintendo and a Super Nintendo, and I love the freaking crap out of them. I gave my Nintendo to my niece and nephew a couple years ago. I'm probably never going to see it back. With all my old games that I grew up with, not all, but at least a dozen of them that were still around. And yeah, so I got this the other day, and so check this out. The Super Nintendo goes up here, and the Nintendo goes here. Now, since the Nintendo was designed with like an insert, the Nintendo part is actually really shoddy. Like if you want a straight up legit, my opinion, it's really loose, and if you bump it, it'll F up the game and it'll go to its classic screw up screen. Now I haven't got a Super Nintendo game yet. I went and I almost got one at the game store, but they were a little more pricey, and I didn't see any of the cheap ones I wanted that were like $10 or less. So but as you can see, it's more designed like the Super Nintendo, so I don't see an issue. My copy of Castlevania is in the mail, and it's being shipped from Hawaii. I didn't realize that when I bought it. I just went with the one that looked like it was going to be the best quality and the best viewer or whatever, shopper stars and all that crap. I always forget to look at like the place, and then I don't realize. I'm like, wait, why is this taking so long? Oh, it's being mailed from like Switzerland or some crap. So yeah, so yeah, hopefully in the next week I'll get Castlevania, and it comes with it has a port for Nintendo and Super Nintendo. 1 and 2 are on the sides. I kind of wish they were in the front, and I wish they had more, but this is the cheapest of the Retrons. I think there may be a Retron 1 that's only in Nintendo or something, but I wanted the Super Nintendo primarily. So yeah, if you're into retro and you're looking into getting something, and it's actually kind of hard to find the actual old systems, this does work. I played my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I got both of these games to work, but they didn't work on first go. And the Double Dragon actually didn't get to work for an entire afternoon, because when I played with it at first is when I first got home. Last night when I passed out, before I passed out and missed my stream. But I got Turtles to work on like my second or third try, and but if you bump it at all, it screws it up, and then you have to restart. And yeah, Double Dragon, I didn't get it work. My only complaint, and I haven't been able to plug in the Super Nintendo yet, so I don't know how it is. The teeth, the design for the Nintendo, because it's a top loader and it's really loose. The teeth like grip, and you feel like you're gonna break the system when you yank the game out. But oh yeah, that's right, the Super Nintendo version, I believe. Yeah, the Super Nintendo, that's what this button is right here, is an eject button. So it ejects the Super Nintendos, but not the Nintendos. So that'd be funny if I was wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what the review said. So I haven't actually tried it, but yeah, power button, reset button, and this switch here changes between Super Nintendo and Nintendo. So yeah, I'm excited for it. I just got in the mail yesterday, but I don't got the game that I really want. And it comes with some crappy ass controllers. I ended up getting a nicer remade one. It's not a refurbished or an original, but it's a company, Circa, that sells controllers. They're like 20 bucks a controller, and they're just as good as the brand new Super Nintendos, is what everyone says. So I got one of those. So I'm waiting on my Castlevania. So yeah, just a little reality break, glimpse into my life where I'm at with video games and my weird progression and stuff. And yeah, I like it. They sell this in purple and gray and also black and red if you want to get like a Sega colored looking Nintendo emulator. So yeah, it's really light. It's really like if I drop this, it feels like it's just gonna shatter into 1,000 pieces. So oh yeah, that's it. All right, back to the Ghost Box. We got roughly an hour or so. And catch up everyone in chat. I'm just gonna let the Ghost Box run and catch up with everyone in chat. See what you guys think about my little video game show and tell. Yeah, I gotta turn on the speaker again. All right, so hopefully, there we go. Yeah, it's still all going. Right. Man, I missed a lot of chat. I have to scroll back up. I'm just gonna read for a minute and let the Ghost Box go. Oh, love peace. Early stream is because I slept through my stream last night and I woke up refreshed and ready to go. I was like, hell, I want to stream. So I wanted to start early too. Just in case, let me turn this down just a little. Just in case Steve was streaming, because I checked his channel page. Sometimes he puts it up to let people know, but there wasn't one. But I know that sometimes he doesn't set the stream up and let us know until like a little bit before. So I wanted to start earlier to not overlap Steve's as well. So it all worked out perfect. Steve hung out for a while, and he just left just a little bit ago to go set up, get ready for his stream. And yeah, that's the early one. I haven't done an early one in a while, and so there's another pattern within my streams for skeptics, for complete staunch skeptics that turn their eyes and ears away from this stuff. Is here's a pattern for me that's still a skeptic. I can't say I'm a full believer, a full-fledged believer. I'm a believer that this stuff is being manipulated. Now I can't say what that is, so I still can't say I'm like a full-fledged believer. But yeah, here's a pattern for, please skeptics, look at it and check it out. But they're never gonna, because it's gonna take forever to look through. But oh, what was the pattern? Oh, I forgot the whole point now. The pattern. There's a pattern of oh, time. People, there's a pattern. Okay, there's a theory that activity increases at certain points of a day, i.e. nighttime, i.e. the witching hour, right? That's like a common thought practice idea. But for especially my beginning streams, on my beginning initiations into the live streaming networks, is that I was streaming in the mornings at 7:30 a.m. my time, right after getting off work. It's crazy to reflect on that now, and that was when I had a harder job too. Not that my job's not hard, my job's just as hard. It's just I don't have to literally physically move like 2,000 pounds worth of weight 5 nights a week anymore. Thank God. And maybe it's a couple 100 pounds a night. Like, it's nearly not as bad that way. My back just is not on fire anymore. But anyway, yeah, so there's patterns of me getting possible intelligent responses at all sorts of times, in the mornings, in the afternoons, in the evenings, in the witching hour. So to me, my own research, that tells me that the idea, the theory, the quote unquote myth that there is a certain time when activity increases or you're guaranteed to get activity, I think is just personal choice and possibly influence from others. And through my own research, I can get ghost boxes to say possible intelligent responses at any time of the day, any day, you know, any mood, really. I try not to do these when I'm like really angry, but I have, honestly, right now, I'll tell you guys, especially there's not tons of people watching, but I have done this like in some deep dark times, guys, that I don't like. I try to not let you guys know, but there's been some moments, especially earlier on, where some stuff happened where yeah, it was there's some tough days. But yeah, I beg for people to debunk that I'm not getting possible to intelligent responses at any time of the day, at any time of the month, any time of the year, with seemingly pretty much any ghost box. It's just some seem easier, apparently, for whatever reason. And yeah, I mean, even closed bank systems, I've heard my name on all sorts of weird possible intelligent responses. I've heard my name and crazy stuff on a ghost box that's 2,000 miles away in California in some dude's house. Well, not some dude, but the guy that created the ghost box. And Steve Holte, he has a Steve Holte Live Paranormal Ghost Box. And I, on a stream, this is a documented stream, I gave away a ghost box that Albert is the winner. And I swear, I listened to this thing 20 times. I can't remember the exact time, but it's before Albert wins it, and it's before we do the drawing. It's roughly 10, 20 minutes, half an hour before the drawing. The ghost box, a live streaming ghost box out of Steve Holte's house, says Albert will win. And I swear, this is what I hear. I need to dig out. I've been thinking of doing that, it's going to take me probably a month of having to cipher through hours and hours now and pull out what I can remember off the top of my head of intelligent responses. And yeah, no, I hear Albert will win. And wouldn't you know it, Albert does win. And I did not hear that live. And I did not realize it until the next day when I was in review and I heard it. And I noticed it because I was like, whoa, wait, did that just say Albert will win? And I rewound it. And sure enough, to me, it says Albert will win. And what's crazy is it's multiple voices. It's not one voice. It's multiple voices combine it into one sentence. And Albert won on that stream. I've had a ghost box say Aubrey, talk about Aubrey on one word bank, on a certain ghost box, on the EVR, and then on an entirely different stream using EVR, but on an entirely different reverse word bank, talk about Aubrey and say Aubrey's still down here. And those were only two random ghost boxes. If the EVR was programmed to talk about somebody named Aubrey, I viewed the EVR countless times after those sessions, trying to get it to say Aubrey. And in my memory, I mean, other people have said that they've heard Aubrey, and I've maybe heard Aubrey, but in other sessions, but not the way those two sessions were. Those two sessions were just insane. And Aubrey was talked about a lot. And yeah, man, I need to really put this stuff out because it turned me, someone that was not 100% full-fledged skeptic, but skeptic enough to where I didn't really believe this stuff. And by my own practices, by my own research, I've proved to myself that, at least to myself, it really doesn't matter if I prove this to somebody else or what they're thinking, that I am interacting with something that is unseen. Now, what is this unseen stuff? Man, there's all sorts of ideas and philosophies. There's entire societies built around it. There's biblical text tells me I'm sinning and I'm going to go to hell because of what I'm doing, just simply trying to interact and speak with the dead. Classic or whatever, biblical text. And so, you know, it's crazy. This is a crazy flipping experience. Spirits, what do you think about all that? What do you think about what I just said? Man, that was a long one, guys. I'm sorry about that monologue. I love how I can just go and just talk because it's my stream and I can say whatever I want and there's no penalties. And I'm doing this solo, so I'm not talking over anyone because that can be an issue sometimes. And that's another reason I tend not to go on a lot of streams is like I just don't want to like make people feel like that's happening, even though that's not the case. And like, I don't know. I try just to be my lone wolf stuff. And it's just me in general. This is how I am in real life. I literally have one good friend, like one really, really good friend that I can pretty much trust in my life. Not 100% entirely. I honestly can't say I can fully trust anyone except myself because I know I'm going to be the one to do the honest thing and do the right thing and be the honest person, but 100%. But anyway, you get the gist. And yeah, I don't have tons of friends these days. And that one dude I hang out, I mean, we hang out with a couple other friends, but they barely ever hang out. Like I hang out with that guy maybe once a week, and then we hang out with a couple other friends maybe once a month or a couple times a month, but then sometimes that's rare. And so I never get to talk. Those people aren't into this stuff. I've tried to talk to them about this, and like this one dude that I skate with and hang out the most with, he has that weird knee-jerk polarized reaction to where he gets frustrated when we talk about this stuff. And it's really weird because he's all into Stargate Atlantis and he's all into like sci-fi, but he's just not into the idea of aliens and ghosts actually existing. It's okay if they're fictional, but if they're real, he starts to get like frustrated. Like there's just no proof. You can't. And it's like, I won't even try to like present him proof. I'll just like try to talk about it, like just random discussion stuff, and it just immediately just turns into bad vibes, and like, so it's really weird. So I don't get to talk to real life people about this stuff, and so I feel at times I have 6 lifetimes of thoughts and ideas crammed, stuffed into my little noggin, that this is the best that I can get it out at. And so when these things turn on and I have a stream, my subconscious is like, yo, I got something to say, because sometimes I zone out. All right, back to the Ghost Box now. I haven't looked at chat in like 5 minutes. I hope everything's cool, guys. All right, yeah, turn up the Ghost Box. Back to chat. Spirits, I'm sorry about talking over you for so long. Go ahead and just talk for a minute. I'm gonna read chat. Okay, so I'm at the live stream. That's what got me going. You got me going, live piece, with the live stream. I just started trailing off into all. Yeah, it was a live stream is what I started talking about, that, and then somehow I connected to other stuff. Well, I started talking about patterns and like skeptic. Yeah, all from that. All from that. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Leafy. Thank you, girl. Yeah, Rudy, thank you, man. That's a pretty cool statement, actually. To get inside the minds of others and the other side. No, for sure, man. That's cool. I like that, man. Thank you. I live in your mind. Poor me. Oh, funny, man. No, thank you for this, guys. Thank you, my spirit friends, my human friends. That's awesome. You guys are having a good time in chat. I love it when everybody can just kick back and relax, because that is one of the reasons I actually started streaming, guys. For that you might not know, some may know, and some might know, is that, man, I was fascinated with Dom, Jason, and Steve. And that's who I watched. I mean, there was a couple other that don't stream anymore. I'm just going to mention them because they're really the main guys that are still around and then that inspired me. And I was really into just chilling and chat. And I still do, man. A lot of times I feel bad. Like I feel like I'm angering Steve, or like he's disappointed that, like, sometimes I'm like, I just want to chill and chat, because I love just chilling and chat, because that's how I cut my teeth into all this stuff. I literally watched hours and hours of those guys just chilling and chatting. And after knowing them for 2 or 3 months, I started going on. Hangouts weren't always a thing. That's something that I think a lot of people don't realize, is that at least when I started into this whole community, and whenever that was, Hangouts we didn't really do. There was like a point when Hangouts became new and like something we all started doing. They were really just streaming their research. And then I don't know who started. I want to say Jason. I want to say Paraghoster on his 8-hour marathons or something. I think that might have been it. I think he had this one. It was like a 24-hour, or I think he went more than that. I think he went like 32 hours or something marathon. And he was letting people on and they would hang out. And then we started going on Steve streams. Dom has never really done it hangout style. I never have done it really hangout style. Some of us chose not to. I think it's just, for me, it's easier for me to keep it organized for myself and just my view of what I want for this channel and stuff like that. But anyway, yeah. So on one of Steve's earlier streams, it was, or hangouts, it was literally like Steve's like handful first hangouts, like maybe his second or third one. I was on there with Mr. Hidden Beneath One, aka Bacon, aka James G. If anybody's seen him lurking around, he pops around time to time. But we were hanging out, just shooting the crap on one of his earlier hangouts, and it was in my mornings. It was like 9 or 10 o'clock my morning. It was early, and there wasn't really anyone around. And yeah, it was funny, man. We were just shooting the crap, and he asked me, it was before I streamed. Steve said, "Rusty, when are you gonna stream?" And I'm like, I don't know. It's pretty funny. I watched it like a couple months ago. I was all bashful, like, I don't know. I was sometime maybe. And yeah, a little bit after that, I attempted streaming, and the rest is history. So yeah, the streaming is still somewhat of a new or Hangouts. I mean, I watched those guys, like I said, like probably a month or two until I actually hung out, and then they like blew up and they became the thing. And then I don't know, I felt like it was getting a little too in the way of my own personal kind of vision of this. So I still hang out. I plan on probably hanging out with Steve's a little bit later, but I just try not to do it as much. And I'm trying not to just do online in general and Google Hangout and or just Google Plus and internet in general. Just trying to kind of decompress from this a little because of Castlevania I'm really hooked on, and I can't wait to get to the actual castle. There's like this epic adventure in that game just to get to the castle. You got to pass through like all this forests with lichen werewolves, and you go to this actual werewolf city. And I haven't even actually got to, which is like some ancient ruins of some advanced species that to fight the werewolves, they create these titans, these giant kind of like Shadow of Colossus looking things. And I fought a couple of them so far. They're freaking, the game is so amazing. It's freaking so cool. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, in a nutshell, yeah, that's everything. All this whole thing is still a new phenomenon. We're in the wild, wild west. We're pioneers of this live, online, interactive, paranormal, guerrilla style, baby. Interactive ITC research and paranormal research in general. And I find it's more legit. I find it is the future. And I find honestly it beats, for me, it's not as entertaining per se as a 45-minute episode of Ghost Adventures, because they have the music and the camera shots and angles and the macabre themed actors that they hire that play out scenes and stuff. Obviously that's a little more entertaining, but they're spending thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on it to produce those things. We're doing this stuff free, and it's just what is really some sort of exploration is. Steve does it more of the actual researcher, quote unquote investigator. I guess more investigator is a good term for that, where he does it more of the style at his house. His house is basically like an episode of Ghost Adventures or Ghost Hunters every stream. It's just you don't see him like that because they edit him down and they get rid of all the super boring stuff. And so yeah, and mine is more just ITC. I'm all about ITC for whatever. I gravitated towards ITC, and I was more fascinated with spectral voices utilizing modern techniques and ideas to manipulate phonemes and sounds and generate possible responses to questions. And yeah, man, the George Meek, that old school Ghost Box is some fascinating stuff. And that was one of the earlier, my first introductions of my own, just randomly researching and finding crap about what a Ghost Box is before I even knew anything about these style of freaking Ghost Boxes. And now I have like a couple dozen copies of now, and physical Ghost Boxes. Oh, it's fascinating. All right, spirits, I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna have a few drags off a cigarette now. I just talked for like 20 freaking minutes, and yeah, and we're gonna wrap this up in about an hour or so. So go ahead, my spirit friends, use this SoulSeekersUK Ghost Box. It's fascinating. Brian, I honestly, like Rudy says, man, I've watched a decent, not a ton, but I've watched a good amount of his videos. I've listened to his opinions. I really like how he presents himself. I really like how, some of them are kind of slanted, but for the most part, like I said, I think me and him kind of jive in the same kind of view and philosophy and ideas that we're looking for. I mean, he wanted to use a reverse gibberish, and I'm all about reverse. To me, I know some don't like reverse and some think it's harder, but I just think in the long run because none of us are going to prove this. All we're doing is adding our little bits of our little personal research into the vast ocean of stuff that's going to eventually maybe build into some sort of quote unquote proof, but not in our lifetime. And I honestly don't think not for hundreds and hundreds of more lifetimes coming. We're looking at tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions of years, we've been interacting with dead people. We can't prove it. We can't prove fully. The scientists and archaeologists, anthropologists will tell you roughly when we started doing this and this and this and this. Well, we don't freaking know. We don't have a time machine. We weren't there. We can't fully prove that stuff. That's just best guess knowledge, best estimated, tied down through different sources of possible intelligence or possible evidence. But in the long run, everything, no matter what you term of the old times, before history, even history itself is all subjective and relative and altered and moderated and you name it. But prehistory, there's nothing. And prehistory is not that long ago. Prehistory is really not that long ago in the whole scheme of at least human lifetime. So yeah, man, we haven't been able to prove it this whole time. And we're not going to be able to quote unquote prove it, but it's spirituality. That stuff, spirituality is within oneself in the long run, and it shouldn't really be about proving anything except to your own views and thoughts. So yeah, I think that's where religion really got wrong, is when they go around the idea of religion. Even the church is good idea in philosophy, but the way, in my opinion, that it kind of got obscured and just looked at differently, maybe capitalism has a lot to do with that, is just to push the way people knock on your doors and so. And there's just like this push of it. And I'm just not a big fan of any ideas that are pushed onto people. With my stuff, I always try to tell you, I don't know what the crap I'm talking about. And I never tell you to subscribe or like or do any of that, share and none of that stuff. So I don't feel like I just present myself, and I think that's how more people need to be. And I'm very humble, and I know that sounds very big-headed, but like I was talking about sightings, I think more people just need to just present it, and that ties all back into the streams. The streams you get to watch, unedited, live, raw. What happens is gonna happen, and there's really a lot. It's a lot more tough to dispute something that happens live. I have seen now the craziest paranormal video evidence on Steve's stream. The stuff that I've seen personally, I have not seen live on other quote unquote evidence clips because I'm not there live. So however or whatever happened to whatever evidence that is presented on whichever medium form, I can't confirm it. No matter how real it looks, how awesome the people are, how honest I think they are, I'm not there. But I've been at Steve's when stuff has happened that I know wasn't him. And I know that you can't reproduce and that you can't debunk. So yeah, man. Other guys' streams, mine, Jason's, Dom's, I have not seen the stuff. Nothing like stuff on Steve's, man. And like one of the craziest is literally a grapefruit-sized double orb appearing in the middle of his living room, slowly moving into his door that leads down his hallway and popping out. It goes into the door, absorbs into the middle of the door, and then pops out to the right slightly because the wall kind of goes out the door frame, pops out of this one little spot and splits up, is smaller into these small ones. And he has the video clip in his videos, but we didn't document because he has so much footage that he almost never, any of this, like I've seen some stuff that he actually hasn't, there's no good documentation of because it's on the stream itself and you have to go find it. But somebody, I think it was Peaches, recorded on their phone it happening when we were sitting there and he was reviewing it, because sometimes he reviews the stuff when they happen live. And yeah, we were all sitting in the chat room like all blown away, and he was blown away, and we were watching it, going over it like 15 minutes or so or whatever. But Peaches or whoever captured on her phone just like one of the clips, 1 10-second clip of this thing, and it's not the full clip. It misses the ending where it appears out of the side of the door frame as a smaller orb. And man, I've watched that angle countless times. If it was a headlight or any sort of light, we would have seen that exact same thing happen before, and I've never seen that ever. So that is the craziest, damnedest orb, light anomaly, whatever you want to call it, that within the paranormal research field that I've seen live with my own damn eyes, that I know Steve didn't hoax. There's no hoaxing of that stuff. So yes, hoaxing. That is why this live stuff is the best, in my opinion. And it's the future. We're pioneers. It's the wild, wild west, baby. We got spurs on our cowboy boots. I'm not wearing chaps. I hope some of the sexy ladies are wearing assless chaps. I'm getting a little goofy now. Been up for a while in my time. This is a weird time for me. I'm usually in the middle of my sleep, but I slept well last night, so I have energy, but I'm kind of in a weird loopy talking for and sitting in this one spot for 3 or 4 hours, loopy space. So, all right, enough of that. I'm going to jump back into the ghost box. See what you guys say in the chat. See, I figure the majority of people don't watch this far as well, so I could pretty much say whatever I want. And nobody will care in the long run. Because nobody really makes it this far. Except my live friends, my human live friends that are exploring the universe, the cosmos with me currently at this moment. The fabric has been shaken, and we are examining that shakenness that's been reverberating through the cosmos. Or something. All right, spirits, go ahead. I was gonna have a cigarette, and I just started on another like 10-minute tangent. So now I'm gonna have a cigarette. Speak freely for a few minutes. Oh yeah, if you know who Steve is, he's Southwest Ghost UK. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, so I've been doing this for so long. I like sometimes call him that, but for the most part, yeah, Steve. He'll be streaming a little bit after this stream, or right after, because I'm gonna probably stop it like right as he's about to start his. I'm gonna try to time it like perfect. Got roughly 45 minutes, 44 minutes. Yeah. Lisa. Yep. I love that. That's so perfect and awesome quote. Everything is a guesstimation. I want a shirt that says that. Everything is a guesstimation. No, I love that. Exactly. I agree. I concur, madam. I concur. Yeah, Rudy, for sure, buddy. Thank you, man. Yeah, it is a big difference between the two media. The shows versus the stream. Heard all sorts of different voices through this. Going back to kind of documenting the ghost box. I've heard the kid's voice. I've heard like maybe a teenage voice, maybe a young 20s voice, an older voice, and that really whispery voice. That dude needs a freaking Ricola. Do you need Ricola? Do you need a Ricola? Can you say Ricola if you like? I'll give you a Ricola if you can say Ricola. My spirit friends. It sounded like he giggled. He coughed. Can we see if you can cough a bunch? I want to hear if you can cough repeatedly. That would be cool. Can you do that, please? I assume that won't hurt your throat. Maybe I'm wrong. The hood is just all over the place today. Great chat tonight, guys, or today, this morning, wherever you are in this world. Great chat. We've had some awesome discussions tonight, guys. Hell yeah. Thank you, my human friends. Human friends. Sounds like they're trying to get up some good snot. Spirits, do you have like a throat? Can you eat food and drink water? Spirits, I just want to let you know, I am somewhat naive, but some of these questions make me sound like I am extremely naive and childlike, and to a degree, yes, I am, but a lot of it is just in fun, and I'm just comfortable with this, and I'm hoping that the good energy you'll be able to feed off of. And you know, I did go at this a lot more scientific when I was starting and more dry or whatever, but this is how I really am in real life with my friends and stuff. And at this point, I think, kind of tying back to the skeptics and stuff that would say like I'm acting or something, I mean, how can you act for this many streams, for this length of streams? I mean, who we see everybody as is who they are. At least the long streams, you can't, like, that's Steve, that's who he is. Like, and this is who I am. And so yeah, I'm not trying to like pick on skeptics. I think that does kind of sound like that, but I'm just, from my own point of view and my own experience, where I was definitely way more skeptical starting out into this, that I would like to try to see what a staunch skeptic would say. I mean, they wouldn't, you know, the extreme ones will just be blind to whatever. They won't even have any sort of they won't even like fascinate those or entertain those ideas at all. So I think honestly everybody needs to be open-minded but skeptical, but still just remember, man, we are some crazy creatures that can't explain where we come from, how we got here fully. At least we think we have ideas, and it's crazy. All right, spirits, I'm gonna smoke my cigarette now and stop blabbering and just let you talk. Yeah, and Ulrich, that kind of gets into archetypes that are created through thought, like a collective consciousness created being that's like created through thought as well. There's all sorts of ideas and thoughts on that. So we live in a fascinating place, people, and we live in a really fascinating time because we have the benefit of hindsight of all the weirdos before us that were into the mystery schools and secret societies and just paranormal in general. And now we get the use of this modern technology that can give us access to this stuff light years beyond what people had 100 years ago. So this is a fascinating time to be fascinated with paranormal research, with the supernatural world in general. This is awesome. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Oh, KCC. Yeah. Hey, what's up? I just saw the KC and just was thinking it was the other KC. This is the SoulSeekersUK Ghost Box. Kind of a new one, came out the last couple weeks on Google Play. It's a paid one. It's $4 or $5 American dollars. Yeah, you're American, duh. And yeah, this is what it looks like. It's an app that was built using the Unity program through Pugster. Pugster from Appy Droid has a website going right now, or he's working with people that has a website where they're working on a Unity program where people can create ghost boxes. And this was made by Brian Calloway. Rudy, is it Calloway? I think I'm getting his last name. Brian something. Rudy will know his last name. I could look it up right now, but I'm streaming stuff. But anyway, the dude seems like a real legit dude, and this ghost box is claimed to not have any English in it, only gibberish reversed. Thus, you should not be hearing English unless it's being manipulated. And we've heard a buttload of English, so it's a cool app. Yeah, it's a paid one. It's not a free one, so that's the only downfall. But to me, $4 or $5, I mean, that's not too much money. So, and if it helps to push forward ITC research, I really don't mind paying for these apps in the long run. You know, it's all good. Me buying these apps, I've bought a lot, and Karma gave me apps to give to you guys. So I don't mind, because I've got an example of Karma coming back to me and helping out more Karma and pushing more Karma out and spreading that Karma like thick, creamy, sensual butter. Yeah. All right, spirits. I'm just gonna let you Ghost Box for a while. All right, there you go. Lisa. Woo. You guys seem to like this Ghost Box, huh? What do you like best about this Ghost Box, my spirit friends? Rudy. Awooga, or whatever that coyote or that wolf, when you'd see a hot chick, that his eyes would pop out. Awooga. I can't remember the rest of that. Damn it. I just coughed and then the Ghost Box just coughed. I'm a smoker. I need to quit smoking damn cigarettes, spirits. What do you think about cigarettes, my spirit friends? Spirits, are you watching what they're writing in chat right now? It's pretty racy. Are you watching that? Yes. Who is your favorite sexy person in chat? Who do you want to get it on with in chat, my spirit friends? Germany, what's up, Germany? Hope you're doing all right, man. Hey, sorry about those cards, man. With tarot, it's not set in stone. It just gives you ideas of possibilities, and you're supposed to kind of look for things. But I still don't know, man. I'm not an expert at all. But yeah, again, man, I'm sorry to hear that stuff, man. But it'll get better. Spirits, back to my sexy human friends. I want you to name them out and then name what you'd like to do with them, how you'd like to get it on with them, please, my spirit friends. They're dying to know. How freaky are you gonna get with them? What? Hey, spirits. I have a very, very important question from Miss Hippie. Miss Hippie, hanging out in chat. She wants to know, who is my favorite sexy person in chat? Everybody wants to know, who's my favorite sexy person in chat? Me? So I could have said me. Yeah. Who is it? Who do I think is the sexiest in chat right now? They're giggling. It's on the internet. It's the internet, guys. Yes. Spirits, can you tell them what I want to do with them? Hey, I'm open-minded. I'm about free love. Free love, baby. I'm not tied down. Alpha. I heard alpha earlier. I'm just really goofy right now. It's like when a good allegory for this experience, besides the fun freakiness, is like driving a car. Doing these damn streams for like 3 or 4 hours is a lot like driving a damn car for 3 or 4 hours. You get goofy, and when you like get up, stand up, and stretch your feet. It's totally like when you make a pit stop to take a piss, and you get out of the car and you stretch your legs. It's a lot like that, guys. And I totally get goofy in those damn car trips. It's clearly. Hey, if she's a she and she's into me, I'm pretty easy. If she's a she and she's into me, you pretty much got me. Yeah, I'm not that like I'm especially now that I'm older. I'm more into like the intellectual side anyway. So like, and I'm told if somebody's into me, I'm into them. Then so I'm not saying I'm into anybody. I'm just saying it's nice to be. I'm gonna shut up now. Go ahead. All right, spirits. I want to know, can you tell us, besides myself, who in chat has a secret crush on somebody else in chat? And spill the guts on who they are, please. I want to know who is secretly have a super crush on someone else in chat right now. 2 little chat mates that don't know. 2 chat mates passing in the night who secretly is in love with each other. I heard me again. I've heard me a few times. Hello. Hello. If you're figuring out how to manipulate this and you're new, my name's Rusty, and I just practice this ritual of trying to communicate with the dead is what we believe. I don't believe that per se. I just think I'm communicating with something that wants to communicate with me. I don't have a label. So if you want to talk with me and you're new, can you please try to say Rusty to confirm to me that you can manipulate this and that you're here? Try to say Rusty, please. Yeah, those kid voices come and go. It's really weird. All right, well, since we might have new entities as well, it just said shut up. Shut up. What? Thank you. If we have new entities, please, you don't have to say my name. You can say it throughout the session. You don't have to say it at all. But if there's new entities, new individuals, new people, try to say your name now. Let's hear for names. I'm going to shut up now and let's listen for your name. Say as many names as you can, please. I just heard Adam. Thank you. Any other names you want to get through the box, please? Go ahead. It's hot right now, guys. Metaphorically. Can we get more names? Guys, can we get more names? Try to say names. Your names. Yeah, man, Rudy, I'm somewhat impressed with this, man. I really didn't have expectations going into it. Just listen. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Fascinating, man. I'm just gonna shut up and just listen for a couple minutes. Go ahead. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna play this app out for the next 25 minutes until the end of the session, guys. Well, probably 20 minutes because I'll just the last 5 minutes I'll wrap it all up. So plug in the tablet, just make sure the battery don't die. In 20-esque minutes, 20-ish. Thank you, my spirit friends. This has been fantastic. Thank you. I love them all. I'm proud to wear these suckers. Yeah. Hippie, you know what? Yours honestly is my favorite. And I've tried to wear it out skateboarding, and it wants to fall off when I skateboard. It's funny because the latch is pretty well, but for whatever reason, when I'm skating, it just falls off. But yeah, it is my favorite, girl. There's some really unique sounds in this, guys. I'm digging this. I'm not going to do it on this stream, but the next stream I use this on, I don't know if it'll actually manipulate much, but I'm curious what the whispery voices will sound like through the Infinity Box white noise removal system. So I'm not going to play with that tonight. I'm a little drained, and I don't want to mess with all that, so I got to like change stuff. But on the future stream, I'm going to play with that because I'm impressed with this Ghost Box pretty much, and I'm definitely going to be using it on a future stream, probably the next one. That reminds me, Hippie, I'm getting your damn t-shirt out in the next week or two. I felt like a dick. Pardon my French, but I felt like a dick. I went out and spent all that goddamn money. I spent like $100+ on those games in the system and the Castlevania. And I was like, I was cleaning my room and I saw my t-shirt and I was like, oh, mother fudger. I completely forgot about my shirt in general. Like it was just sitting in a pile. I was like, oh, I forgot about Hippie. I gotta get that t-shirt out. So I don't have any money right now, but I get paid in a week from tomorrow. And yes, girl, I'm gonna get back on Google Plus and reconfirm all your information, even though I have your package still. And I'll send you my package. And you'll get your t-shirt. I want to see what color you want again. I have it all. I should be on my Google Plus, but I just want to make sure everything's cool when I send it out. But yes, girl, I need to get you that damn t-shirt, and I'm going to be sending it out here hopefully in a week or a day or two. So yes. Okay, so everyone else that wants a t-shirt, I'm going to be giving those away as a giveaway, and hopefully I can maybe give those away as well on next week's stream. If I look into my budget and I plan things out well, I may give away 2 t-shirts as well. So I'm going to get Hippie her t-shirt, and then I'm going to give away 2 t-shirts. And yeah, or at least if not on that stream, on the next one, because my next giveaways was planned on being the t-shirts. And yeah, if I don't do the giveaways on the t-shirts here in the next couple streams, it'll definitely be for my 500 subscriber stream. Going back to not asking for subscribers and shares and likes, the fact that I have 500 subscribers nearly and have not done that blows my freaking mind. Because back in the day when I was like trying to make a video game and skateboard and just random different channels, I've had 4 or 5 different channels. This is my 4th or 5th channel. And I really pushed. I would do the begging and I would do all that stuff, but because I wanted to stay true to myself and I wanted to stay true to the philosophy of the true people that are into the research of the unknown, I decided back when I started this that was going to be one of my philosophies, my visions that I wanted to add into this, was to not be one of those guys. And so the fact that I have 500 subscribers and I haven't pushed at all fascinates me, man, because back in the day, I only had like 300 subscribers and I thought that was a lot of subscribers. And I was like going around begging for subs. I'd like comment on other people's channels like, wow, man, you got a great channel. I'll sub to your channel. You sub to mine. And we do a little swapping hand jobs and so cheesy. But I haven't done that one bit, 1 iota, 1 fraction, 1 nanometer on this channel. And the fact that I have 500 subs is to me a testament to show that I've remained true to myself and the philosophy that I wanted to stay to, and that what I'm doing is right, and I'm here naturally and it feels natural and I'm on the right path. And the more subscribers I get, it's not, I don't look at that as like I need to perform and I need to do this and that, or I would stream more daily, but I try to fit this in now without going insane with my work, because my work is just really heavy right now and mentally. And yeah, again, it's a testament to everything I've done. So thank you. And I'm astonished and appreciative of that fact. And I don't look at that as like a popularity thing. I just look at that as a testament to my quote unquote hard or easy work, however you want to look at it, just what I've been doing, just doing my thing. So yes. Thank you guys. Thank you, my spirit friends, as well. I'm not going to leave you out, my spirit friends. You're obviously a big part of this. Do you like me, my spirit friends? Do you like this process? Are you appreciative of this whole deal, or does it annoy you? Do you hate it? Here's your chance to let me know. Almost 500 subscribers in almost a year. I think I'm at a year or just about a year streaming. My channel is a year and a couple months old, because like I said, I didn't start streaming until a couple months after I was actually uploading like paranormal ITC research videos. And yeah, what do you think about this, spirit friends? What do you think about this trail we've been on, that we've blazed together, metaphorically and non-metaphorically, or whatever the opposite is again? My brain's a little jello right now. Go ahead, spirits. What do you think about this whole thing? See, like, there's so much stuff I could be doing to try to elicit more views. Like, I could be like taking my shirt off. I could be like doing all sorts of really, to me, blatantly obvious stuff to just all the way I label my streams. They're ITC sessions. Like, no random person's ever gonna see us, because it's not labeled real demon haunting on Ouija board, bad stuff happen, all in caps. Like, I don't label my stuff like that. Like, it's so obvious to me, the ones that are here with bad intentions versus the ones that are not. Like Steve, I love him to death, but he's not the greatest speller. Like, if he was like trying to really draw attention to the label of his streams, he'd spell those damn things correctly or type them correctly. Whatever the thing is he gets typos in a lot of stuff. And so you can just tell he's just doing it for the fun, the interest, the fascination, the adventure. And yeah, so that's why I still look up to that guy, and that's why I'm still on good terms. No matter what, I don't know what's been going on. that's something I'm not going to go deep into that, but whatever's going on with everyone, whoever you are, whatever's going on with other people and other side things and whatever emotions and whatever, I still love everyone. I'm still friends with everyone, and I still want to interact with everyone. And I don't want people to feel like like I favor certain people. Just me and Steve do go way back, and Steve is kind of like a papa figure to me in this stuff, man. And honestly, I grew up with an abusive father. I had to get out of that house. By the time I was 13, I was old enough to where I could stand up to a degree to not like punch my dad out, but tell my mom and let her know what was really going on, because she really didn't know that, like, the physicality. It's like my dad didn't like beat us into bloody pulps, but he was pretty damn physical, man, and definitely would get arrested for it. Never did though, but yeah, fucking hell. I started trailing off onto like real life again. I don't even remember what the topic was of that now. Oh, yeah, so Steve. So yeah, maybe certain individuals I may latch on to more because of that, because I like my grandfather is, to me, I've kind of tried to pattern myself after my grandfather, because my grandfather, through the thick and thin, was always there for me. They lived 3 hours south in southern Colorado, so we didn't see them but a couple times a year. But there was times when my dad would blow up on us and my grandparents would stick up for us and help us out. And then my dad would get pissed, but he's like, what? You guys were freaking hard on me. Cause yeah, kids born in the 50s, their parents were fucking pretty brutal. I'm sorry if I'm swearing a lot. I'm getting to this point where I'm just kind of letting random words go, but yeah. But anyway, long story short, I've been with Steve since the very beginning, and I've always kind of looked up to him, and he's helped me out. He's helped me to get to where I am, but so has everyone else. And I don't want people to feel like I have a favorite. Like, and I generally not a big fan of people's hangouts in general, but I like to pop on his hangouts from time to time and kick it. And you never know who will pop in. I love when Rick stops by. I really wish I was on the last one Rickster was on. Oh, real quick, one of my favorite hangout memories from a couple months back, it's one of my all-time favorite hangout memories now, is I was on a Steve stream hanging out with Cheryl, and I don't know, it was a handful of people. I remember Cheryl though, but there was a handful of other people. There's like 5 other people, and I decided to screen share one of Rick's YouTube videos of one of Steve's stream of Rick on it when he was talking. So Rick's sitting there talking, blabbing. So on the little box below, it looks like Rick is in the stream hanging out, and it fooled Cheryl. Cheryl was like, "What's up, Rick?" In the side chat, all like exclamation points. And Steve's like, "Rick, what are you talking about, Rick?" And then he noticed it, and then Rick popped on to that stream like a few minutes later, and Steve starts giggling. He's like, "Oh man, Rusty, you're gonna get a bollocks in." Because Rick popped on, like, who the hell is that representing me? Like, oh, that was such an awesome one. I got such a freaking giggle out of that. I was laughing so freaking hard. Oh, that was hilarious. And I like froze it on this one screenshot of Rick to where he was making this funny face, this look. And that's when he popped in, was like right at that time when I made that freeze frame of him. Oh, that was so hilarious. Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Rick too, man. I miss that dude. I wish he interacted with us a lot more, but yeah, that's he's off in the crazy big boy paranormal research land, man. He's getting like he's in the paranormal research where they have like crazy funding compared to like me. Got some money backed behind that research. So yeah, there's another long story. Spirits, do you enjoy or hate my long stories? What do you think about my soliloquies? Yeah, it's literally like Ghost Hunter Apps at what is it? I don't know. Hey, Love Peace, go to his website, go to ghosthunteraapps.com, and then at the bottom or something will be support, and that gives you it's just like Ghost Hunters at Yahoo or at one of those places. Ghost Hunter Apps at that place. Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I know you guys don't mind it. I don't know why. I feel like I don't know, maybe that's part of the conditioning through society. I feel like I just need to like preface or end my soliloquies with acknowledgement that I know I may be irritating people. I don't know why I do that. But yeah, totally. You guys obviously don't mind, or you wouldn't be. You guys are always here every stream, like the handful of you guys. I mean, obviously not. You could just everyone here that's watching right now, I've been friends with and have been interacting with for months and months and months now. So you guys know how I am. And obviously, if you didn't like me, you wouldn't be here. So I like you too, my human friends, my HOOMAN friends, human friends. All right, spirits, I'm going to kick back and smoke a cigarette and let you talk for a few minutes, and then we're going to wrap up the session. And then, yeah, I'm going to go watch Southwest Ghost UK stream. It's been a while since I got to watch him at the start. I always jump on later if I catch it. I haven't seen one in a week plus. Oh, Julie. What's up, Julie Norman? By the way, Madam Julie. Good to see you, Julie. Psychology is becoming so much more fascinating to me, man. Here's another example of polarization through the Hermetic principle. When I was a kid, I had a good friend whose parents were both teachers, retired teachers, but his dad was originally okay, no, that's right. Okay, so here, his dad was originally a psychologist, gave up psychology, became a chemist. Suffered some ill effects from chemistry, then became a teacher, and then retired early, only was a teacher for a little bit. And then his mom, again, was a psychologist. That's how they met, I guess, is through the school. And then she stopped psychology and became a teacher and then a sub/tutor. And that's what she did for a number of years when I knew them. And when I met them, I had a lot of respect for them. And I honestly looked at them as very sharp individuals. And they both truly and deeply felt that psychology was a bunch of malarkey. And they believed that they came to their own conclusion through that by studying the discipline and actually becoming developed enough to where they had degrees in it, and then putting it down and walking away from it. And so because of that small little sliver of life, for many, many years, I did approach psychology in general with somewhat of a slanted view from them, from a young time when I was young and very influential. And over the last number of years, I've definitely become more and more open-minded in general, and psychology has become more and more fascinating to me. But the tie-in through supernatural research and now the occult psychology is just mind-blowingly fascinating to me right now. Like, I'm super into it, and especially now that I can tie in past experiences of my own of meditation through Shaolin Wushu, through the initiates, earlier practice forms and techniques. I've experienced myself the benefits of those, and I honestly believe that the mind is so complex and deep that anything that we know right now is not even the tip of the iceberg. It is the empty space of the atom of one atom of the tip of the iceberg. It's not even the atom, it's the empty space of that atom. Like, we barely, like, I'm convinced of that now. Like, we think we're so advanced. So many people think we know so much, and like the more I learn, the more questions I have. So to me, the more I've learned of just basic science, math, astronomy, you name it, just the basic hard science, earth science, cosmos science. We live in something that's immensely complex and overwhelmingly incomprehensible. And we are doing the best we can to slightly knock on the door of that comprehension. Now, have we opened that door? Has that door cracked? I think we're starting to put our hand on the doorknob of that door. I don't think we've yet to even turn that doorknob, let alone give it a yank to open it up. I think we're just starting to tickle the bottom of that doorknob just a little. And I don't even think we fully got a grasp on that doorknob yet. I think we're not even at the step of turning, and let alone the step of opening. We're just I think that's a really good analogy in my state of mind, my mind frame right now. in time and space, in my weirdness, my exploration of the occult and paranormal and supernatural. Yeah, that is pretty good. I'm glad this is documented because I would have never remembered that if I was just talking to myself randomly. That's a damn good one, guys. All right, spirits, go ahead. A few more minutes and then I'm going to wrap this up. Say anything else you want to say. Thank you, my spirits. Thank you, any energies around here. I'm going to let you, at the last few minutes, just speak freely, and then we're going to end our communication attempts. So thank you again. Go ahead, my spirit friends. I knew as soon as that left my tongue, I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Holy cow. Well, thank you, spirits. We're going to wrap this up now, guys. I'm going to say a few things, and I really appreciate your communication attempts, my friends. Truly, honestly, sincerely, this has been a completely humbling experience. Where I'm at this point, I would have never guessed. I would have never tried. I would have never foresaw this at all. Hell, when I started doing this, I was just sitting on the corner of my freaking bed. Like, I would have never imagined I'd have something like this going on, just doing this craziness, and who knows where it's going to go from here. What did we do this time? I got to do this sigil. You know, we started off with the infinity box, and the infinity box was saying a lot of crazy stuff. I used a few different sound banks, and I used a reverse. I don't know. I heard a lot of different stuff, but the infinity box, very interesting. I still need to play with that. There's just so much more opportunity and possibility to explore on that box, and I really, that's another thing I've just probably only scraped the inside of the atom of, and not even the actual tip of the iceberg on that application itself. Yeah, and then we took a little break and got to do sigil. Practical sigil magic. Now this is interesting. 36 hours ago, I had a completely different view, idea, recognition, thought process, whatever fancy term you want to term it. I had a different idea of what the hell a damn sigil was just recently. Upon finding this book, upon reading some, I haven't read it cover to cover, line to line, but I've read a good amount, but I read sporadically. I'll read 3 pages and skip a couple pages, and read a paragraph and skip 3 paragraphs and read a 1 page. Like, I just read randomly, and I'm terrible at that. It's one of my worst reading bad habits. But I feel that I've gathered enough basic working knowledge to where I could present to you guys with guidance of the book. I didn't do it off the top of my head. I was cheating with the book, but I wanted to get that information out to you guys because I find it interesting, and I knew that there was going to be people that would find this interesting too. So I wanted to get this information into your hands while it's fresh and awesome in my hands, and I was able to do that. And what I did was I showed you guys how through the book you use words or pictures to create symbols, and those symbols will create a sigil, and the sigil can be used for numerous different things. In my case, I made a protection symbol using the word, what did I use it? Protect this home, I believe. Yeah, protect this home. And by using the letters, the non-repeated letters, so there's no repeated letters within this sigil, are the capital letters P, R, O, T, E, C. You get the gist. Without repeats, there's one of each letter within this symbol. And this is a protection symbol for my house created by me. Now, how to get activated? Do I need to activate it? What is activation? I encourage you to pursue that avenue on yourself because it's already, just looking into it briefly, it can be somewhat controversial. And I just want people to do that on their own and experience without my influence what it has to say on activations. and what to do after, and so on and so forth. I just wanted to get the basic workings into your heads. Now that it's in my head, it helped to reinforce it. It helped to stabilize it a little better. And yeah, I look forward to exploring the damn sigil phenomenon a little more and learning. I need to learn about the history. I know nothing about the history. So next time I do an occult session, or whenever I bust out my sigils again, I'm going to be talking a lot more about that stuff, because I need to learn all that, and I'm fascinated. I really want to learn all that stuff. So yeah, we did that. I did a sigil seminar for however long, an hour, I don't even know. And then we got to throw on the SoulSeekersUK, a brand new app, been out a week or two on Google Play. It is a paid app, roughly $4 or $5 American dollars, US dollars. And yeah, it's stated on the description, and even when you fire up the app, that it does not contain English, that it contains gibberish reversed. Now, what is this gibberish? That can be controversial. I think I can see that as a touch point on some skeptic, like, what is gibberish? So in theory, even the app states that we shouldn't be hearing English, not from the sound bank. There should be no English in the sound bank. So to me, that, through my own experience, that is telling me that whatever this is manipulating this process is able to utilize that app apparently easier, because we heard a crap ton of English. And I heard possible intelligent responses. I heard some spot on when I asked, right after I would ask. And I had different interactions. I heard coughs. I heard a cough right after I coughed. All sorts of different stuff. I can't remember them standing out. But earlier, I just want to go back to real quick to the infinity box. I talked about video games. I whipped out a couple of my old school video games, and I asked the infinity box what video games it likes. And I heard in real time Pokemon. And so that's pretty damn cool. That's just off the top of my head, one of the possible intelligent responses to the infinity box, the ones that was like, that one stood out. And somebody heard it in chat as well. So it may sound different on review for me, but in the long run, it's just about the live process. I'm not going to change the worldview. I'm not going to change the paradigm of how the supernatural world is accepted or viewed or played with or thought about, or you name it. I'm not going to change this stuff. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to create an environment where people can come and hang out and watch live and interact in a safe place where we can escape from the malarkey that we have to deal with every day, and have a place where we can come together to build a pool of knowledge that all of us together can dip into and take ideas and put ideas into. And you know, it's a never-ending process, and in this pool of knowledge just keeps growing, and it'll never stop. So yes, instrumental transcommunication session number 83 in the good old books. Once again, I am Rusty Reporter, and it is February 25th, 2016. It's approximately 3:32 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Daytime session. That is another point I want to add into this. This was a daytime session for all those skeptics that say, or believers that say there's certain times or there's not certain times or whatever. I'm getting possible intelligent responses any time of the day, any month, and I defy somebody to disprove what I have documented so far. Is it correct? Is it right? Is it the answers? I don't know, but I want to see somebody try to debunk what I've done so far. It's a daunting task, and you'd have to have patience, and nobody has patience these days, so it ain't gonna happen. But in the meantime, I shall keep researching. I shall keep studying this stuff. It gets deeper the more sigils, man. It's just something that I wasn't really aware of just a few days ago. So I got a whole new deep path to study, and the stuff that's tied into that. And I didn't even go into the stuff at the end that I wanted to go tie into. I guess that's on the next sigil one. So yes, until the next one, we will keep exploring. Please keep exploring. Please keep searching for questions and answers. Take care of yourself. Take care of one another. And yeah, I will catch you on the next one. Wherever I see you, chat, live, wherever. Take care. See ya.